reconvening from closed session with nothing to report out. And that then takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please join me. Everybody rise, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. That was robust. Thank you, everybody. Okay, that then takes us to student presentation,
Yes.
Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks, President Barringer. So great to see so many people in here for many reasons. This reason right now is because we're having student presentations. That's really what we're all about, right? We talk about all of our core values, but our first one says our people matter. Well, who matter most? They're our greatest treasures, right? Our students. And we've got students here tonight, and we're going to hear from them in just a moment. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Resma Byrne because she's going to talk about Wrightwood Elementary Schools doing our student presentation. So excited about that. I'll be quiet so we can hear from Resma. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Holman. Let's see if everybody can hear me here. I have to go close to the microphone. I'm super happy to introduce Principal Miller here, who's got some wonderful family here to introduce to us. So Principal Miller, I'm gonna send it off to you.
Yeah, first of all, I didn't know this many people were going to be here for Wrightwood Elementary School. We're bringing a full house, don't we? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for having us today. We know it's a full house and a full agenda, but we appreciate the 15 to 20 minutes that we have of your time today. I think we'll make it worth your while. So we're going to start off with a 30,000-foot flyover, just what's going on at Wrightwood Elementary School, and then I'm going to turn it on to the top act, which will be our students and some of our wonderful adults that are running one of the great programs at Wrightwood Elementary. So, with that being said, yeah, Bob, you can go ahead and advance it to the next slide. Just start off with PBIS. We've been hearing about PBIS for years. It's a district initiative, but it is the foundation of what we do, and it really is the foundation that's set so that real deep learning can occur for our students. So just want to highlight a few bullets there. Proactive and positive, teaching, modeling, and reinforcing expected behavior school-wide. Some of the vehicles that we use for this is second step lessons that are delivered by our wonderful counselor, Dion Burns. Couldn't be here tonight. She's over at the Ready Raccoon Resource Fair in Wrightwood today. But she does a wonderful job and really does a lot of the heavy lifting for me to lead that effort at Wrightwood Elementary School. So we also have assemblies, challenge assemblies, we call them. They're monthly. And we try to introduce a theme or a focus area that we want our students to really apply themselves in, using their 3 B's of being respectful, being responsible, and being safe. Going on to award-winning results, I could not be prouder, and I can't take any credit for this because I wasn't here last year, but Wrightwood Elementary earned the Platinum PBIS Award over at our PBIS recognition. So that's what we're And we look forward to sustaining that achievement with another platinum for the 25-26 school year. Better outcomes, really what PBIS is, it's a foundation that I talked about that leads to higher student achievements and ultimate student success overall across the board. We have some incentives that we run through our PBIS program. We do mountain money, which is a currency that students earn when they are applying the 3 B's that I alluded to earlier. We have the Mountain Money Store, which we run probably about once a quarter, once a trimester, where students can redeem those funds for prizes. And then we have Mountain Money Parties, which are really extra recesses that we do about monthly, and the kids really enjoy redeeming the Mountain Money for that. Another couple things, I get some students that pay Mountain Money so they can be my guest announcer for morning announcements. So that's always a lot of fun, And then a real popular one that I'm finding, a lot of kids want to be the lunch DJ of the day. So they get a chance to play off an iPad songs for the classmates, and the kids get out there and start dancing and everything. So that's a nice incentive as well. That'll take us to the next slide there, Bob, if you will. Professional learning community, another anchor initiative here in the district, as well as our school site, with a focus on academic growth. I just want to draw attention to the collaborative excellence. I'm real fortunate to have some wonderful collaborative teams at Wrightwood Elementary that work very closely together to align instruction and to adjust that instruction when it's appropriate. Data-driven instruction, that is a real major tenet of PBIS, and our teachers take it very seriously to both drive instruction as well as to adjust instruction when needed, for sure. And then shared responsibility. All of us take a collective responsibility of the PBIS model at Wrightwood Elementary School. And we just take that work very seriously because it is the most important work at the school site as well as the district. Just to give you a sneak peek into Thursday and Friday, we have our coach, Casey Honor, coming to join us on Thursday and Friday, working with our grade level teams. And one of the things I'm really excited about, we're going to have our teaching teams share with one another. They're going to go ahead and focus on a unit that they've developed and implemented and debriefed, and just use it as a reflective practice so that they can, hopefully learn through that reflection, but as well also to have their colleagues learn from that reflection also. So I'll let you know how that goes. I even had one teacher come to me very recently and says she'd like to show a video of her teaching a lesson in a unit to her colleagues, and I thought that was a real courageous step, and hopefully she'll go through with it, and we'll have that emulated with other teachers doing that, because I think it's an effective strategy. It's kind of like watching game film, right? You see how you work, or how what your plays are in the classroom, so that you can go ahead and make those course corrections and just refine your instructional practices. All right, so moving on to the next slide, community partnership, another big cornerstone, if you will. And I really highlighted the power of our PTG. We've got a wonderful parent-teacher group at Wrightwood Elementary School that do so many wonderful things. They call it the PTG factor, right? Parent-teacher group, really bridging that gap between school and home, and they do that very marvelously well. They bring so many resources to our schools in the way of assemblies and just field trip opportunities, and we're just really grateful for their invaluable help. We got the president here tonight, right? So Chris Hirschman back there.
Yeah.
We've also got to say he's a wonderful substitute. He's on the bench and always ready to go to work for us when we need him. So I appreciate it, Chris. All right, and then unique community service. I get the opportunity once a month to take a group of fifth graders over to the building over in Wrightwood. They do the monthly senior citizen luncheon, and our kids really enjoy that. They enjoy serving the seniors as well as interacting with them. The seniors really love having them there and talking to them, and hearing about their school experiences and whatnot. So the kids really enjoy that, and it's real popular. They've actually questioned one of our fifth grade teachers on, hey, what's the process to go over to the senior luncheon? So we try to keep it as fair as possible, for sure. But it's anchored in those 3 B's, for sure. Continuation of the community service. We've got Mrs. Hannawalt, who's going to be leading a number of fourth grade students in community cleanup projects this year. So we're looking forward to that. And then the last bullet there, you've all heard about the dogs, the dads of great students, and the golden raccoons, which are partnerships with senior citizens in our local community that we kind of take in and adopt as part of our Wrightwood Elementary family. That really help to kind of secure us as the pride of the Wrightwood community at Wrightwood Elementary School. All right, going on to extracurricular and enrichment programs. And this will be a good segue for the group of fine folks and students that we have here tonight. We have a number of opportunities for students to really connect with their interests, their hopes and dreams as well. And there's a combination of school as well as district-wide student opportunities here. So the first bullet, creative problem solving and development. Programs like the Excel Club, which I highlighted because some of them are here tonight, and Destination Imagination, which is a culminating event of the Excel Club work. They extend the learning to cultivate critical thinking, teamwork, and diverse academic skills within our students. And we've got a lot of students that take advantage of that opportunity. Wellness and arts. Clubs like the Running Club promote fitness and health, while band and choir provide essential opportunities for artistic and musical expression. So we're fortunate here in Snowline that we have a board that supports the arts as much as you do, as well as Prop 28's helped us out as well to enhance those efforts. And then we have diverse opportunities, just kind of a catch-all here. We talk about Chess Club, which is run by one of our teachers at our school, Mr. Conrad. Young authors, Mrs. Primo has her hand in that in such a significant way. And then young artists, which I see Ashley Alvarado over there. She really takes the point on that. So once again, making those connections for students to find meaning in their interests, even outside of academic work, because that really does have a positive effect on that academic work when they find something that they're really passionate about. And with that, let's go on to the next slide. Wrightwood Elementary Excel Club. And before I bring up Mrs. Melanie Primo up here, I'd like to introduce our official Excel Club advisors, Mr. Windsor Belcher, who's a teacher and a parent at Wrightwood School. And also Mrs. Melissa Heinrich, who's also a parent at Wrightwood Elementary School. So welcome her. And with that, Mrs. Primo.
Oh my gosh. Destination imaginations.
I got voted in to be the speaker this evening, 2-1 vote. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight our students. It's been a really exciting journey. Excel Club this is our 8th year for Excel Club. This is our 5th year participating in Destination Imagination. And it's been an extraordinary journey. And so I'm excited to share it with all of you. We've had 30 to 50 students, 3rd grade through 5th grade, participating every year, which is amazing being such a small school. We've earned over 25 trophies. I brought a few, and the kids can share those when it's their turn. But we've had multiple teams finish in the top 3 and even state finalists, which is really amazing for such, again, a small little mountain school. Destination Imagination is a STEAM-based program, STEAM being science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And they use all of those skills in this program. It's amazing. It really pushes them to really dig deep and problem solve and practice their teamwork, and creativity is the biggest part of it, and imagination. And it's really fun to watch the kids shine with all of those things. It's kid-based, so the students have to develop all of their solutions. It's 6 challenges that they can choose from. There is an engineering challenge, a technology challenge, a fine arts challenge, scientific, improvisation, and a service learning challenge. So the students build teams of 2 to 7 students, and they dive into this humongous main challenge. It's called the Central Challenge. And when I tell you it's thick, like the packets are very thick, it's very specific for what they have to create and what they have to make and what they have to present. They have a budget that they have to stick to. It really reinforces, sorry, I should be talking this way. It reinforces reusing materials and recycling materials and being creative about your materials. I love cardboard. I have a reputation at my school, like, oh my gosh, look at that box. Like, I don't care that it just came in, like, this amazing technology came in, and I'm like, oh wow, please save that for us. So yeah, you'll see that, Mr. Miller. We have a whole little storage container. But it's been a lot of fun, and I think what has impressed me a lot is that when we compete down in San Bernardino often, and Redlands. It's at big schools, and I've noticed that the teams that we compete against are often magnet-based STEAM schools, like they specialize in that, or private schools or homeschool groups. Very, very rarely will you see a public school group, and that's us. We're there representing, and I'm really proud of us for that, and I'm proud of our kids for that. And again, to do so well and earn, top rankings, like that's really exciting to see, and it shows you the hard work that the kids put in to be successful. So I did bring in Destination Imagination consists of two things, the central challenge and a little instant challenge. I really brought one for you to participate in tonight, but I see that there's a lot going on. So I'm going to leave this for you for later, that 9 o'clock if you're done, 10 o'clock. If you would like to dive into this, or another time when you're meeting, I'll leave you the materials. But I'd like to invite up the kids and have them share a little bit about what they enjoy about the program. And thanks again for your time. And come on up, kids. One of the challenges, the Service Learning Challenge, is really special in that it challenges the kids to select something in their community, a way to support their community or give back to their communities. So over the years, the teams that we've had that choose service learning, one year they chose to clean up along the Wrightwood Trail. Another year after the fire that took place by Highway 2 over there by Sheep Creek, that group decided to plant some pine trees and give back after the fire. That was really sweet. But then that hurricane came through and it buried all of our trees, and they were so sad by that, as was I. But last year we had a really special project, and I'm going to invite Caroline here to talk about that, because that one was very incredible too. And this is the trophy that they earned. This is the state trophy. So they went on to be state finalists and finished in second. And I'll let Caroline tell you a little bit about their project and what they did for the community.
Okay. Our project, we did pet portraits for people we put posters along the schools and all over Wrightwood, and you could get a link, and you went to that link and you could order pet portraits for yourself or as a gift, and all of the money went to the Wrightwood Pet Shelter and the Cat Arcade. And we did all the pet portraits, and we raised over $1,000.
Wow. Oh, 2,000.
Right, another challenge is our improvisation. They have a unique challenge in that they select things, and their challenge takes place on the spot. So they practice with improvisation scenes and scenarios, and then when they get to the competition, they're each year it changes, as do all the challenges, but they'll pull out something that the kids, they'll choose from a list of 8 things, and they'll pull out something, and they'll pull out a second thing, and they'll pull out a third thing, and the kids have 2 minutes? 2 minutes to come up with a scene that includes those things. It's on the spot, it's quick thinking, and it's acting, it's taking that story and bringing it to life. And so Miss Dorothy here was on the improvisation team last year. And the first year? No, not your year. Oh, you were not on it last year. Well, you can tell about what either tell us anymore.
So on my second year last year, I did the engineering competition, and we needed to make a transporter that went either across or up a wire, and I worked to make something that would blow it, and it didn't get really far. It kind of went a little bit. We still didn't make it, but we ended up getting second place.
All right.
We got it working days before, but the fan kind of got caught. It kept hitting the wire, so it didn't really go, but it kind of went. So. And then I just love Excel Club because I love building and being creative, and all the teachers are really nice, especially if you had them. third grade. So yeah.
All right.
All right, this is Cameron, and he's one of our newest members of Excel Club. He's a third grader, and he joined this year. You want to share a little bit?
Yeah. Okay. So far, I'm enjoying that. There's a lot of my friends in Excel, so like it's more fun. So like if you have more friends, the funner in Excel. And also, they can help out a ton. Like if it's getting really hard, they can help you out. Even if you're doing the real deal, they can like help you. Just if you forget one of your things, they can just remind you. They can be like, "Hey, this is what you do."
More brains, right?
More brains.
That's right. All right, and we have Isaac here, and Isaac's a returning member, and now a current fifth grader.
So last year, I did the scientific challenge. We got third place. And we got to. So the challenge was to create a skit that incorporated some sort of like research or we created this pretty cool background, this pretty cool space background. We created like this pretty cool like rocket ship, like fake rocket ship. But I think it was just really fun, and yeah.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. We really appreciate your time. I'm really leading this instant challenge.
Yay. All
Oh, I would like to give you a shout out.
Thank you to all the Wrightwood raccoons that came out tonight. I really appreciate it. They're very near and dear to my
Yes.
heart. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for bringing your students. And Mrs. Primo, we all appreciate your leading the Excel program for the kids to be able to compete. And it's so dynamic, that whole experience. You have to, as an appraiser, you have to wear a crazy hat for the whole day.
Yeah.
And so that you're not intimidating to the students when watching and judging them. It's an incredible experience, and I highly recommend it to any of those who are willing and available for Destination Imagination events. It's very memorable. Thank you so much. That then takes us to, did the board have any questions for our raccoons? No?
No, just appreciate this community surrounding your students in school. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you for coming out and sharing that information with us. Great job.
I just wanted to say thank you for as well coming out, and congratulations on the PBIS Platinum Award.
Mhm.
It's a big thing, you know. Small school, but very big impact on the community.
Small but mighty.
All right.
Yes, congratulations to all the winners. Second, third. I mean, hey, you won. You know, it doesn't matter if you didn't come in first place, but you won. You were there. So you're already putting a little rock in there that, hey, I was there. Hey, I am there. So STEM is very important for everyone. My kids were in STEM, so I do believe it's very important for our young women to enter into STEM. So good job to all the girls, of course the boys as well, but power to the women, right? Good job. Good job.
Please.
That's
It
right.
is a special part too. Thank you, Sean, also for being an appraiser. Sorry, I should have thanked you. The second part, I also forgot to add this. Excel Club is a 2-part series, we can call it. In the fall and the winter, we're working on all of our Destination Imagination competition pieces. But in the spring, we have turned our program into a program that gives back and gives gratitude back to our community. So in the springtime, we have what we call a gratitude grotto. And at Excel Club, we make cardboard games in an arcade. And so we work for a few weeks on our cardboard arcade, and our gratitude grotto is in the spring. And we have an event that invites all the volunteers back, and we show them our appreciation. And I wanted to mention that too, because that's just another non-competitive piece in the STEM and the building. And so I just wanted to add that little piece back to it. So we'd love to see any of you at the gratitude grotto.
Yeah, the gratitude grotto.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
That then takes us.
Well, yeah, just real quick. Gosh, you Wrightwood raccoons are awesome. Can you just tell me one thing, you Wrightwood raccoons, one thing that your teacher right there, Miss Primo, does to make you just enjoy that whole Excel Club? What's one thing that she does that makes it just so joyful?
One thing is that she's like always cheerful and has a positive attitude, and she's just funny, and I like that. I just like that.
That's so lovely. Touches
Thanks,
your heart.
Cameron. Great answer. Thank you, Cameron.
Very good. Okay, well, thank you so much. And we will completely understand if you have homework to go home to work on, because we have some other agenda items to address at this time.
But I'll say, if they want to hang on for 10 minutes, there are cookies that are going to be out there too. So that might be worthwhile
Oh,
waiting.
well, you may want to
In
stick
10 minutes.
around for the cookies.
Yeah, maybe 8
Next
minutes
we
if I'm
have
quick.
Employee recognition, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks, President Behringer. Gosh, I will share with you. If you don't mind, can I do it from up there?
Please.
Is that okay? Yeah, good evening to everyone. Gosh, this is one of my favorite times of the year. We get to hear from wonderful students like Wrightwood Elementary School Raccoons. And then we think about, right, Mr. Miller, the lowest, youngest level, I should say, not lowest, but youngest level of kids. We're going to go right to the top here, our seniors, because it's the superintendent's honor roll that I get to talk about. In existence, we're in our 4th year now. It was just a real joy to come up with this idea collectively. The board's been supporting this. And that is another way to recognize excellence amongst our students. And when we talk about excellence, I'm talking about perfection, to be quite frank. The superintendent's honor roll in its 4th year now here, we've got 6 students who earned that honor. We're going to bring them all up here in just a moment. But let's just talk about what it takes. It takes all A's. That's right. Nothing less than an A throughout 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade. You might say, well, why not 12th grade? Well, they're in 12th grade right now. And really the thinking behind this award was to make sure we gave them just something extra. Right? Something extra that they can put on their resume, if you will, right? Their college applications. And now that I think about it, I probably shouldn't have said superintendent, right? Ryan Holman, get that guy out of here, right? But all that is to say something to differentiate themselves from other students because of this greatness. Because when you think about excellence and you think about all A's in 9th grade, 1st semester, 2nd semester, 10th grade, 1st, 2nd semester, and then 11th grade, 1st and 2nd semester, that is not easy work. And in fact, it's not easy when only 6 people are reaching that. And so to that end, we say congratulations to those 6 students. And then we do what they love, that they absolutely love, is bring them up here and embarrass them, right? but honestly, we feel like we find a great joy out of it. And I hope they will find some of it too. And because what they're going to get is they're going to get a certificate that honors their great work. And also, this is a rare cord. They get to wear this at graduation. This cord is only in existence just for those 6 students who earned this. I will say, I'm going to withhold it. I'm going to hold on to it because I'm going to come back at senior awards night and give it to you at senior awards night. But just know this is the award that you're going to get to wear. And it's a rare one, right? Again, just half a dozen kids who realize that. So I'd like, if you don't mind, to invite President Behringer. Can you come up here to give away the certificates. Is that all right? As I share a few words here, because our wonderful counselors do all this great work and share the details behind the kids here. And so first up, if she's here and if she'd come up here, Madison Bradshaw. Madison, there she is. Yes, I didn't see that. Now, Madison has an overall GPA of 4.35, of course, here. She's a varsity cheer and stunt team member. Here are the words from her counselor: ambitious, hardworking, resourceful, and kind. She's taking college courses and did so that she could make space for herself in the medical pathway. And where does she plan to go? She plans to go forward into the medical field. And boy, do we need people just like her. How about a huge round of applause for Madison? Great job. Great job, Madison. It's always hard to be first because you just have to just stand there alone. But you've got a friend coming up here next, and that is the next person coming up here, Serenity Nicoli. Can you come on up here, Serenity? Yes. Oh. Congratulations, Serenity. Serenity, she has a GPA right now of 4.48 overall. She's an ASB. She's in choir. She's in the medical pathway. Her counselor said, you know what, Ryan, she is charitable. She's happy. She's kind. She's also responsible at all times. And you know what she plans to do? The medical field again, too. And it's so needed. Thank you. It's needed now. Serenity now, right? We need that. She plans to be in the nursing field. So congratulations. Let's hear a huge round of applause to Serenity. Yeah. And then the third person here, another girl's going to come up here. Hopefully she's here, and that's Jenna Nissen. Jenna, are you here? Where is Jenna? There she is. Sorry, Jenna. Oh. Yes, Jenna, thanks so very much for coming up here. Jenna has a GPA of 4.55. She's ambitious. She's kind. She's dedicated. She's responsible per her counselor when I interviewed her counselor. She wants to attend college, of course. She's liking the idea of maybe going outside of California, I understand, Jenna. So please come on back when you're done. We'd love to have you here right back. But to all that end, you know what she plans to become? Medical field. She wants to be a surgeon. She wants to be a surgeon. Let's hear it for Jenna. Our fourth in a list of 6 here needs to come forward, Levi Steinman. Come on up, Levi. Amongst the many great qualities of Levi, he's a leader. He's the drum major. If you go to football games on Friday night and Thursday night, sometimes too, we don't have enough referees. That's a whole nother story. But he's the one up on that ladder leading that entire wonderful ensemble. His counselor said he's kind. He's friendly to all. He's driven. He's a servant leader. And to that end, he's committed to helping all people within his church setting. So congratulations in doing that. And what he's endeavoring to do is to move on and study mechanical engineering. How about a huge round of applause for Levi Stein? Say that again. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, he's in the ag program too. I'm sorry, I left out. I mean, the list is really long here. Yeah, I'm trying to condense that because I know people want to get the cookies, right? So I'm trying to condense it. The fifth of 6. Let's hear it for Davey Feller. Come on up, Davey. Davey's just an all-around great athlete. Specifically, he's on the football team and just does a great job in that setting. But being on the defensive side, you've got to deliver a lot of punishment. But he's kind. He's responsible. He's a loyal friend to all. He's goal-oriented, and also he's got a great sense of humor. And he's also, I really respect this, he's committed to his missionary work with his church. So congratulations to Davey Feller. Oh, I forgot to say. Yeah. I'm a numbers guy too. A 4.73 grade point average for Levi. Yes, it's over Levi. Davey Feller has a 4.74 grade point average there. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I can't forget that. And then last but not least, let's hear a huge round of applause for Tyson Gage. Yeah, Tyson. Yeah, Tyson, like Davey, he's a great athlete, multiple sports. Basketball is one that certainly stands out for me. He's humorous, he's loyal, he's a caring individual, very outgoing too, just wonderful qualities right there for sure. He too, like Dave, he's committed to his missionary work with his church, and he hopes to attend BYU to become medical field here too, a dentist. His grade point average 4.78 for Tyson. Yes. Yeah. I will tell you, this is probably, somewhat cliche, but I think it's cliche because it's true. You ever doubt, about what the future's like? Here is part of so many others, but part of the future. Our future is wonderful with these individuals right here. Can I have one more huge round of applause for the Superintendent's Honor Roll here? Yes. Yeah, here's photos. Yeah, I always love hanging out with people. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Before we go, President, maybe just take like a 5-minute recess because if anyone deserves cookies, it's all of our students, right? Our groans and our superintendent's honor roll. No, maybe not.
I know.
is employee recognition. Dr. Holman.
Oh, thank you, President. Yeah. Thank you, President Behringer. So very much appreciate it. Yeah, what we have next is something that's relatively new, and many thanks to the board members here because they've supported this idea of employee recognition and specifically extraordinary efforts. We have 4 individuals here in 2 separate instances, if you will, to recognize here tonight. And if you don't mind, President Behringer, I'd love for you to join me up at the microphone over there so we can share the stories real quickly, but more importantly, recognize these people as they deserve. And so I'll get up there. And so again, this employee recognition is just a real honor for me to be able to speak to those individuals who just engage in extraordinary efforts. And the list is long, right? But we ask for people to give us feedback so that we can recognize those individuals. And we're going to start, in this case, 3 certificated employees. And those 3 certificated employees, they're from Serrano High School. And their leader, I see their principal over there clapping. And rightly so. Up at Serrano High School, we have so many wonderful CTE, and that's Career Technical Education pathways. And the real powerful one we're going to be talking about here specifically on the FFA side of things, because I'll give the names if they can come up right now. Kayleen Mays, come on up. Hang right here for a second, Kayleen. Scott Laughlin, come on up. And then last but never least, Joe Affleck. Now, if you know these 3 individuals, they do outstanding work day after day after day in the classroom. And that would be enough probably to recognize them. But the extraordinary efforts that we're always looking for are even above and beyond that. Many of you might know that annually the local, I say local, but the county sheriffs have a sheriff's rodeo. And that rodeo takes place, I think, in September. And it requires all kinds of assistance to make it happen. These 3 individuals were there. Is there more than 24/7? I think more than 24/7 there. For the entire rodeo, leading the wonderful kids from that program day after day after day to make sure that that rodeo took place and went off very well. Now, they did so very well that the sheriff's department turned around and gave them $9,000 for their program because of their great leadership. Yes. But again, I just want to say, I mean, it literally is incredibly long hours. And this is beyond the duty, if you will, that's expected of teachers on a regular basis. And that's not to say that our teachers put in all kinds of time and do wonderful things for our kids, but this is above and beyond the call of duty, because this call of duty here was connecting with the sheriff's department and the sheriff's rodeo, making sure that happens for this entire county, making certain that kids learn the leadership that's required. And how do they learn it? They learn it from beautiful models like these. Well, beautiful, beautiful in many ways, right? Wonderful models in this way. That's right. I shouldn't have hesitated, because now they're questioning, like, does he not think I'm beautiful? I don't know, right? All that is to say, I'll get out of this hole here right now and say, truly, honestly, Joe, Kayleen, Scott, day after day after day, you do just wonderful work for kids. Thank you in this instance here, making certain that the sheriff's rodeo took place in the best of ways. We honor your great work. Can I have a huge round of applause for these individuals here? There is on. We're going to get a picture real quickly. Yeah, we're going to get. Well, and here's the thing. I know you guys have a 7 o'clock meeting. Yeah. I'm right now. What are you guys going to do with the money?
It goes to, actually, a lot of the funds that the sheriff department donates to us allows the kids to go to our state convention in either Sacramento, Ontario. Ms. Connor is able to help us with hotel rooms, but the registration, all the food, and about 99% of their trip that is covered by this fund.
Huge round of applause
If you guys ever need funding for any, I know a lot of people that will help you out. So let us know. If you guys need funding for any special program.
Okay, here's my card. I do want to clarify a couple of things.
Yeah.
Board member Lefevre helped
Hey,
us get
Joe.
involved with the Sheriff's Department rodeo. Board member Lefevre helped us get involved with the Sheriff's Department rodeo. We do not run the rodeo itself. That's run by them. We run the kids zone, the fun zone, and this year we got involved in the, I guess you could say the Kids at Need program. Is that fair to say? High-risk kids, where we brought livestock down and taught these kids from foster groups, from the street, how to take care of animals, and look at possibly an endeavor into livestock or FFA or ag. So there's a big difference there. Great job. Thank you. Thank you.
Typical Ryan Holman fashion. I gave them 1 minute to get to their meeting there, right? So there we go. And then our next individual comes to us from the CSCA group, right? That's the California School Employees Association. And it's just a wonderful individual, just like the other three. I think it's always best if we can bring him up and you can see him front and center here. Can I have a huge round of applause for Kevin Medlin. Yes, Kevin. All right, Kevin, you ready? Hang on, Kevin. There's some words coming. First of all, I just have to say, you heard the huge round of applause. He is so appreciated by all, but I'll also say an incredibly humble individual, high levels of humility. This is killing him right now, right? So Kevin, I'll try to make it quick, but honestly, the list is long. Truly, the list is long. When you think about Kevin Medlin, Janice Carter, who's our director of nutrition services, is the one who nominated him for really ongoing work each and every single day. We talk a lot about our people matter in Snowline Joint Unified School District. No one does that any better than Kevin Medlin. Everybody talks about Kevin in terms of the service he provides at the highest level of customer satisfaction. He does that all the time. He is the first one to offer help. He's the last one to leave anywhere that he's providing assistance. And he is always, always, always with servant leadership on his heart, doing what's right. And I would argue the definition of integrity, right? Doesn't matter if people are watching or not. He's doing exactly what is expected. And he's always making Snowline better because of his efforts. He's telling me he wants me to say more, I think, right? It looks like. I mean, Kevin, honestly, you've just really stood out across the entire district. And so I will wrap this up for you, my friend, but I just want you to know how much you're appreciated, truly. So let's hear a huge round of applause for Kevin Medlin.
Again.
Next on our agenda is community comments. And members of the audience may address the board on any topic regardless of whether it appears on the agenda or not. However, due to Brown Act regulations, the board cannot engage in public discussion on items not on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda, which are brought to the board's attention, may be investigated by district administration and a report made to the board either publicly or privately at a future meeting. Comments from visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes unless the time limit is waived by a majority of the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The first comment card I have is Jennifer Connor. Come on up.
Okay, I'll try to be 3 minutes. So we're going to do a 3-minute career technical education CTE update. And I got to get my glasses on because, you know, we're all getting there. Okay, first thing I want to talk about is we're really excited. We are going to be, I believe, the first program in the state of California. I'm super excited about this. We are going to offer a full-fledged Serrano EMT program at Serrano High School from start to finish. And so I'm going to read a little bit so you guys understand what's going to happen. Is the Serrano EMT pilot program is a 6-month intensive training course in partnership with the Serrano Public Service EMS Fire Science Pathway, American EMT Academy, and San Bernardino County Fire. The comprehensive start-to-finish program offers an on-site program during the school day, so it'll be built into our Serrano school day, integrating classroom lectures, online and hybrid content, manual skills training, and a lab setting, and clinical internships with County Fire, including our 2 12-hour shifts. Students will be taught by a highly qualified American EMT Academy instructor alongside the site CTE Fire Science teacher, and with all the curriculum, books, uniform, supplies, classroom activities, and materials included. The built-in support from teachers, industry partners, and CT staff ensures the students are well prepared to complete the program and pass the National Registry EMT licensing examination. And the program directly addresses, well, basically a couple of our problems, which is barriers, which is location. So right now, to work with our EMT program, we have to go down to Rancho, or we have to go all the way out to VBC's Fire Academy, which are long distance for our community. And so by embedding this into Serrano High School's curriculum and into the school day, it's going to be offered to all of our students through our grant funds, free of cost, everything including even taking the test. So the goal is for them to pass the test, obviously, in June. They'll be immediately ready to be hired at places like AMR, County Fire, or working within the medical field. So we're really excited about this pilot program. And I would like to give a shout out to Ms. Kelly Anderson, Brent Cannon, Chris Siska, and our very own Mr. Adam Chacon, because we've been working for about 3 years to bring this to Serrano, and we're very excited about that program. So that's a big win for our community and students. I know, I'm excited. The next thing I would like to say is I'd like to thank Sheep Creek Water Company. We have 6 students participating in the $3,000 Mojave Water Agency Scholarship, and their theme is going to be on conservation. And Sheep Creek Water Company, Joey Tapia, Mike Cias, gave us behind-the-scenes tours for video and footage for our students to be able to put together their conservation video. So we just want to give a shout out for Sheep Creek Water Company for helping our students with their scholarship. I'd like to have a shout out for Ms. Tanya Todd through our medical pathway. She is collecting beverage tabs to support the Ronald McDonald House. I would also like to do an additional shout out to our agriculture team, Kayleen Mays, Shari Henson, Joe Affleck, and Scott Laffin. They had their open and closing contest where we have 2 teams going on to the regional contest. And then, of course, we had the San Bernardino County Rodeo where we had the $9,000 check from San Bernardino County sheriffs. Lastly, I do want to say on that, we do have one other ag teacher named Shari Henson. We're very proud of her good work. She was unable to be at the rodeo because she is getting her credential at Chico, so she had to go up there that weekend.
And time is up. Thank you so much for your comments.
That's it.
And our next public comment comes from Daniel Flores.
As my time started. like right
Ready?
now.
Begin.
Darn it. Wait, can I set my timer first?
Yes.
Okay, that way I have a 30-second, like,
There you go.
whatever. Okay, anyway, thank you guys for letting me come and speak tonight. I'm grateful to see my former colleagues again. It was always a fun time to sit here during community comments, so hopefully these ones aren't as bad as some of them have been over the course of time. I remember my time on the board, one of the hardest things I ever had to vote no for was when we had made a financial mistake and we had to vote no on the modernization project. It was one of the more difficult things that we had to do. We found out that it was an error and things kind of got back on track. But one of the things that was on that facility or on that modernization project was the football field project with the track. And I know that was a little further down the line, but it was still on there. And so on my time on the board, you guys probably got tired of me always fighting for facilities. When we had meetings, there was times that we weren't always, we disagreed agreeably all the time, and that was always a wonderful thing. But I had always wanted better facilities, not just athletic facilities, academic ones also. And so my understanding, as Bill has explained the budget, is that there be, especially after Measure J, the ability to still do both a synthetic field and also take care of what we need academically. Dr. Holman's always championed the cause of youth sports here in our town, that our kids get to use the facilities here. My kids have always been on the baseball field and the softball field, soccer field a little bit, but we're kind of not soccer people after all. But I think with what we've had with all the traffic on the fields, the natural fields, they get torn apart pretty quickly. And I think that a synthetic field would kind of give more life, not just there, but then care to fields down the line. A field that has a track on it is always like that synthetic. It's always in good playing condition. It's always striped. It's always painted. It's always tended. It frees up the facilities team to work on other fields. So doing something like this isn't just for boys and girls football. It's not just for boys and girls soccer. It's not just for boys and girls track and field, but it kind of trickles down to the other fields. Again, I'm not selfish in this. My kids are on the baseball and softball field. My son's in his freshman year at Serrano right now. I have 30 seconds. And we spent the end of fall, one of our fall practices, doing the weeding, taking care of the track, taking care of the infield with weeds. And it would be really nice to have someone who's full-time on the upper fields as well the other fields in Snowline. And last, I would also vote for a turf baseball field if you could do that too. Just the infield grass, The rest could be dirt, but just the infield grass. If that could be turf, that would be incredible. So I hope I stayed in 3 minutes. All right, thanks guys.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Jerry Parsons?
Cool. How many board members have actually walked our fields? By raising hands. Say, look, our fields are terrible. They are terrible. Our trainer has to go out there, fill holes in before we can have a football field. That's how bad it is on our football field. The other fields are bad too. Our practice fields are terrible. We need an artificial turf, football track. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That takes us then to adopting the agenda. Is there a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there an online comment? Please.
Thank you. I received 2 online comments and I will read them as received. This first starts to Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees. My name is Graham Ludlow. I am here today to inform you about the citizens' concern about Brown Act violations, as well as board policies not being followed. No action can be taken without being listed on the posted agenda. The Brown Act action taken is defined as a collective decision, commitment, or promise made by a majority of the members of a legislative body, or an actual vote by a majority on a motion, resolution, or ordinance. Upon investigation of the agenda packet, it appears that Snowline JUSD is attempting to take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The agenda is not compliant with the California Public Records Act and agenda packet not ready, available for public inspection has made citizen investigation difficult. Agenda item J1, information update on the improvement of Snowline JUSD facilities. This agenda item is listed as an information item, not a discussion or action item. No reasonable citizen would be under the impression that action on individual projects would be taken. It appears that the board is expecting to take action on whether or not to elect to go with a grass field or synthetic field. The district's attempt to use bond money to improve health and safety would add the additional requirements to make a finding that synthetic turf is safer than natural grass. To further add to the citizens' concern, it is the fact that the agenda packet states that if the board is to elect for grass surface, then the board will take no action on the item J2. That's listed on the agenda. This action item is a contract for architect services for $7 million. So the appearance of the board during a presentation listed as an update on improvements is then going to take action to decide if grass or turf. If the board decision is grass, then it will not take action on J2. The Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees should cease and dissent from any discussion or action or any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Due diligence is required by this board. Recent public testimony has proven to include false allegations that Snowline's field is currently unsafe. I filed a public records request. The district has 0 incidents or injuries due to surface conditions or heat stroke in the last 3 years. Snowline staff has been able to maintain a safe field. The financial records requested showed that Snowline is unable to account for any budget costs as to the scope of the track and field within the larger budget. Therefore, the idea that projection of cost above the current budget is financially flawed. The health and safety data in agenda packet directly shows that synthetic turf does not improve students' well-being. I encourage this board to make appropriate decisions and make required adjustments prior to adopting the agenda or not take action on items not on the posted agenda. And next. Good evening, board members. My name is Richard Dawson. I am the Director of Maintenance and Operations here at Snowline. First, I want you to know that I take full responsibility for the condition of the football field. I have heard Dr. Holman during board meetings take responsibility for it, but it is not his fault. I have been here at Snowline for 27 years, and I know how important football is in this community, from youth football to high school. When I took this current position, no one was allowed to use the field except on game day. My grandson played football in Apple Valley, and while traveling for his games, I noticed that everywhere he played was in a high school stadium. Local youth football here in Phelan was playing their games at Heritage School, where there is no parking, no bleachers, and no facilities. Knowing how Dr. Holman likes to let youth sports use our fields, we changed that. If we don't let local youth sports use our fields, there would not be any youth sports for our community. We are the park district. With how much the football field is being used during the year, it is almost impossible to keep it nice without limiting use on it. I strongly encourage you to make the decision to let us install the synthetic track and artificial turf field so the field can continue to be used by all. We have never had the kind of funds we have now to make great improvements to our facilities. I am sure if we don't do it now while we have our funds, it won't get done. I know that by moving forward with the field and the track, they will both always be in pristine condition and safe for all sports teams to use. One more note, the Diamondback D will always be on the 50-yard line. Thank you all for what you do in Snowline and hope you show your support for the new field.
Thank you very much. That then takes us to adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Your preferential vote? And all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? The motion passes. Item J1, Dr. Holman.
Thank you, President Behringer. Before the board, here's a regular item, right? We have it always in this setting, I should say, position on the agenda, and that's an information and update specific to facilities. It's right up here on the screen, and so with many thanks to Robert Jacome for his excellent work in putting our presentations together. What we'll do is we'll get started here on this, and just as you know, we just heard about some talk about Measure J. Again, we remain grateful. We go to the next slide there, and that is what that says. It's so very important for ourselves to each and every time. I know it's redundant, but the passage of Measure J was unprecedented, right? 43-year history of Snowline's unification back in 1982. Never passed a bond. The public here did in last November. Thank you so very much. And to that end, what also is required is for us to remember that second line there, stewardship, right? That idea of being great stewards of our funds. And so we're always endeavoring to do that with the leadership of our CBO, Bill Flynn, who's done an excellent job in that regard. We're always committed to that. We're going to continue to make sure that we're doing that. And so as we go forward there to that core value, and then go back, go one more there. Thank you there so very much. Let's talk about what we need to discuss here, specific to the latest information on facilities. Well, we'll be getting to the discussion about synthetic turf or natural grass, and I'll give a ramp up to that. I want to share with you that the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee of Snowline Joint Unified School District, you'll hear the term CBOC sometimes. That's what that acronym stands for. We had our first meeting. You can see it happened on Monday, September 29th. We had it right here in this setting. And I just want to say what a great group we have here. We had all of the who were invited here were the 9 members of the CBOC, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, plus the 3 alternates. 2 were unable to, 2 in total, one of the 9 and plus one of the alternates were unable to make the meeting. We caught those individuals up to speed, but what we did was we elected officers. You'll see a familiar name up there. The chairperson of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for Snowline Joint Unified School District is Kenny Funk, a former board member right here. He was elected by his peers to take that on. And then the vice chair, Gina Mills, who's just been a longtime community member and supporter of all that is Snowline. She herself, a graduate from Snowline Joint Unified School District, again was voted by her peers to be the vice chair. What we also did was we made certain that we gave an overview of all of the facility project work that's been happening, what you see on a regular basis. And so our CBO here, again, Bill Flynn, did a wonderful job providing that information to all of the CBOC members. And then we concluded with the idea of mapping out the meetings for the maybe the next year. What was decided, though, by the committee was let's just take it one step at a time. You can see the next meeting is set for Monday, February 2nd. It's Groundhog's Day. Maybe it just continues day after day after day. We'll find out there, right? But that's when that next meeting is set forth, or set to occur, I should say. And so having been able to sit there and be witness to what transpired, I think we've got a wonderful group, wonderful representation across the entire school district. All 5 regions are represented, and again, their main focus is going to be that when we talk about accountability, ensuring that the money spent from Measure J are allowable, right, by virtue of what all of our residents voted for. And so they got a wonderful training from our lawyer, our bond counsel. That was Katie Dobson. She was excellent, and I think they're fully prepared to do the great work moving forward. So just want to say a huge thanks to those individuals. We'll see them back in February. And as more expenditures occur, you're going to hear an update from Bill Flynn about where we are, in the process with our efforts across the district. We'll make certain that we have sufficient enough meetings to ensure that we can make it happen quarterly with a report that will happen each year. So wanted to make sure everyone heard about that great outcome there. Excited. It's another step forward in the process of leveraging the Measure J funds in service of these 45,000 residents in Snowline. So that was I think a great outcome. So thanks so very much for letting me share that. Seeing there are no questions about that or comments, we'll go to the next slide here, and that's going to get us to the conversation about synthetic turf and or natural grass. I'll say this. With many thanks to all of you here at the board level, you've given us information to follow up on. This is the third meeting that we've had conversations like we're going to have here today, or like we have, in the past 2 meetings. And that is all of the hopefully answers to your questions as we consider what we want for this school district. And so attached to the agenda, you'll see all kinds of information that addresses hopefully what you asked for. We did some additional follow-up that we can share as we go along the way, that follow-up being some of the local school districts in the high desert that have synthetic turf and have natural grass. So we're at the ready for all of that. But I think what would be most important is we'll hear from Bill Flynn here in just a moment, knowing this, that while we'd love for consensus and be able to move forward because this is all on our facilities master plan that you approved long ago and connected to our connected to Measure J bond and all those approvals that we've been through well before here. We want to make sure you get the information you need. And if you need more information, we're at the ready. We're certainly ready to move forward, whatever that decision is. We want to make sure that you get what you need. But beforehand, Bill's the best one to give us the update on what we've been doing over the last month to bring them back more information to answer some of the questions, some and hopefully, if not just some, but all of them from the board there. So thanks, Bill, for kind of picking up where I left off right there.
Yeah, absolutely. As you probably saw, there was a lot of information that was attached to this agenda item. So I'm sure everybody did all of that reading, right? It was lots of good stuff. I tried to just gather as much information as I could. And then we did a cost estimate. We were able to, our Ledesma Meyer was able to take a look at, the plans that we have and makes, it's not a full build out plan, but just make some assumptions on some pieces and, looking at all the ADA compliance that we would have with that project to get a cost estimate so we could get a more accurate number. So I built that into the projections that we had. The number we came up with was a little more than we had talked, right? Last time we were talking about 7.5 for the whole project. As we were looking at it, we're looking at about 8.6. But again, we're not shooting low on any of that. We're projecting out, as much as we can on all of that. So, yeah, go ahead.
I just have a quick question. Does that involve the Cool Play turf quote, or that $8.6?
Yeah. Jeff can
Yes,
speak
ma'am,
exactly.
it does.
Yeah. Okay.
I worked directly with Field Turf with Cal, who was on previously,
Cal
Mr. Watson,
Mhm.
along with Mason Farnsworth, who is part of Benyon. They're a sister company.
Okay.
They do the rubber. So we sat together and created our unit cost to get where we are.
I
and,
see.
and it's the full gamut is in there. The installation. You also have your 8-year warranties. I'm sorry, not the warranties, but your maintenance program as well, to where they come back 8 years on the field, 3 years on the rubber. They they'll restripe the rubber after 3 years. So all of that's built into that cost.
Okay, thank you.
And so these, assumptions in those cost projections that we looked at to compare the turf versus the grass, these are the same ones that we had before. Really, the only difference was the change from the 7.5 to the 8.6. And so if you go on to the next slide, it just kind of broke it down by those two pieces, right? And how much it would cost and over the next 25 years, looking at it at a 5-year block at a time, right? So those first 5 years includes obviously the first year installation of the turf. And so then it compares, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, each of those years. Obviously, there's a more even distribution with the grass with adding those pieces. And so it's basically a wash cost-wise as we look at it. And it's costs that are above and beyond what we currently have, right? So the staffing that we currently have, the things that we're currently doing, those prices are assumed to continue on. So those staff would be redirected from taking care of a grass field to taking care of the current turf field. There's just less requirement, less need there to do that. So looking at the grass we would add staffing to take care of it at a higher level than we're currently doing. Does that all make sense? And then you have a little bit more detail in your packet that shows each year. Were there any questions? I know we talked about it a little bit last time.
One of the questions I have is in your 25-year cost comparison,
not on the one on the screen, but on
The more detail.
yeah, the more detailed. Basically, the cost is a wash, like you're saying. It appears. Is that just the grass field, or is that grass field synthetic track?
Just grass field.
Just grass field.
Yeah.
Without synthetic track.
Without synthetic track.
So just maintaining the grass field is a wash with synthetic track, synthetic turf.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a little bit. So it's gonna be cheaper to do synthetic track, synthetic turf, right? Because in comparison to doing a synthetic track, redoing the track, and going natural grass.
Yes.
So
I
that's
had-
not a wash.
Yeah, I had that third one in last time, and that one's just a lot more, right? Because if we redid down there and just did the track, we still have to do all of the ADA compliant stuff, which is a big portion of the project cost. So the 8.6 is not just the cost of the track and the field. There's redoing that whole parking lot area, and so there's a lot of the cost is there. So you would only drop off that $8.6 million cost. You'd probably only drop a couple $1 million off if you didn't do the field at the same time. So that's where then so you'd basically add 6.6 million plus the resurfacing of the track every 12 years to that 12.6, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's why we kind of took that out as an option. It kind of cost-wise, that one doesn't quite make sense. Yeah.
That was my favorite option.
I know. Yes.
What was the lifetime we're anticipating for the turf?
12 years
12?
is kind of what we built into this. And with who we've talked to, like, where I came from, the school there, that one was done after 12 years. Was it Victor or Silverado, who just recently redid theirs? It was 12 years. So it's a fairly standard number. I mean, they recommend typically 10 to 12 years. Some of them last up to 15 years, depending on how well they're taken care of.
Mhm. I didn't understand the El Monte attachment. Why is that in there?
Which one is? Yeah, which number are we looking at? You know which attachment number that one was? And I can pull that one up. The number 5. No, that one. Number 5 is an image of the. Okay, that might not be the right one. I mean, let me see here. I'm not seeing something. El Monte.
Okay, well, I'll find it.
It might be in the list of links. Would it be in that one where it's just some of the links to different information?
Yeah, maybe. I just had it up here and now I'm not seeing it. It's not here.
Oh, I see what it is. Okay. Yeah. That one's just on the cost estimate. Instead of changing it to Serrano, it still says El Monte.
Oh,
Sorry about that. I didn't even notice that.
Oh,
in
so
there. That's the cost
for
estimate.
Serrano.
Yeah, from Ledesma Meyer for Serrano High School.
Okay,
right?
so this is all pertinent to our project. then.
Yeah.
I
That one
see.
has the actual. If you go through there, that one has down at the bottom the total cost, construction cost estimate of the 6.9 million. And that's where we get to the 8.6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And looking at the other, gosh, no, I've got them all open. Which one is this? It's a 2-pager with the field and the asphalt, existing buildings, new construction. I'm curious to know, I don't see anything referencing ADA or path of travel on this. So I just want to be clear on what the requirements are as we upgrade the field and the track.
Yeah.
Are we,
I think.
what are we
There-
doing
there
in
is
terms
the-
of,
There is
Path
the
of travel.
drawing that is in there. So
Okay.
basically, in order to do the field, they're gonna require that we redo the parking lot, okay? And then we'll have the ADA parking. Then we'll have the path of travel from the parking lot to each side of the bleachers. So that's why that shows all the way through both sides of the bleachers. Because we know currently, when we get to the concession building right now, we have that big dip. We have the big catch basin that's really low. You know, our concession building sits so much lower than the field elevation, right? That's all non-compliant. So that's all gonna have to be reworked going there. On the home side, all in front of the bleachers, over to where you access into the bleachers. All of that will have to be redone in order to make that ADA compliant. Then we go to the visitor side, and the same thing. In order to get over to the bleachers where you come up on that east end of the bleachers, all of that asphalt would have to be R&R removed, replaced in order to gain ADA compliant access to the bleachers.
okay, and that's included in the
Yes, ma'am.
document that
Yes,
has
ma'am.
El Monte
Yep.
on it? Okay. And where do I see that on this? It's a 7-page document.
It appears some of it's in category 1, demolition and earthwork. On the page 2,
Page 2.
it says removal of asphalt and then continues down. I mean, you can really.
Okay, category 1,
That's one of
demolition
the
and
sections,
earthwork.
but then it talks about in the bottom of that asphalt paving and curving, it's ADA parking, striping, ADA handicap marking. I mean, it continues throughout the document, all the details.
One is demo.
And that's required regardless of what we do. If we just do the track,
Yes.
that's required.
Yes.
And what does that path of travel and ADA total, that category of improvement?
I without having it right from you, I can break that out for you. I can get that to you ASAP tomorrow, but as of right now, I don't have that.
Because I don't know, like category 4 is concrete masonry, general construction. I would think that maybe that's a part of it
It's
too.
not all inclusive
So,
in there because your substrate for your rubber, meaning the track,
Yeah.
is also asphalt. So there's asphalt, yes. So prior to.
so we're laying asphalt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Where your track
see.
is and the D zones of your football field, you have your football field, and then on the ends you have the D zones, right?
Okay,
It looks like a
right.
D. Those would all be rubber as well, along with the running track. And the substrate for the rubber install is paving, asphalt paving. So there's asphalt included in that as well.
And what is the rubber material that we're using? It's not rubber tires that are
No, it's
carcinogenic.
their special blend that they use. They mix right on site and pour and trowel right on site.
Okay. What other applications are there for that? It's used, is it used in McDonald's playlands too?
No,
Or
this
what
is
that material?
specific for tracks.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Target is the parent company. Field Turf and Baynon is the sisters underneath Target.
I see.
One of the largest rubber and field turf companies there is.
And is that like the only
No, there's
option?
other vendors out there as well.
How did we select that one?
That is a company that does probably 80% of the work in the world.
Okay. And it's more buoyant, safer, what criteria?
I can't answer that for him, but a lot of the work that we see these days is all based on field turf and Baynon.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, when the turf after a 12-year period is replaced, does that get replaced as well? That substrate, whatever it is?
No, The
It does
asphalt
not.
stays in place.
But the
Rubber.
rubber.
The rubber comes up,
Okay.
and
So
then they
that's
redo the
replaced.
rubber. Substrate would stay in place, the
Okay.
asphalt.
Okay. So, but the rubber and the turf are
Right. Then
replaced
they
after 12.
redo the rubber.
And they're not, the field turf isn't selected by any means
No.
at this point. They were just used to do the cost estimate. So it could
Oh,
be
I
a
see.
different company who wins the bid, right? So, ultimately, what we
Right.
would move forward with in the is just a contract with the architect to design it. Then it goes out to bid, and that's
Mhm.
when we actually determine who the players are who are going to
Mhm.
put it in. So.
Got it.
Because when the architectural firm, when Dennis has to design it, they'll have to design it to a basis of design. They have to have somebody in mind. Then you can have your, acceptable manufacturers as alternates if chosen. But you have to have those specific details in there while he's designing, based on that basis of design.
I see. Is the rubber domestically produced? Is it,
From
is
my
it-
understanding, yes, it's
Yeah.
it's here.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if the question would be for you. If we are going to use the rubber, I noticed in the documentation there was organic fill that says coconut husk or something else, whatever. I don't know what the other one was, but and then it showed those to reduce heat, because that's one thing I'm concerned with is the heat on the field and the rubber smelling like old tires, because I've been on fields that are like that. And so I'm wondering if there's a different maintenance time frame for the organic fill material, or what are the pros and cons to that different?
I can't really speak too much to that because that's their product. The ones that I have put in recently, the last 4 have all been done with the sand, the rubber, and with the cool plate. Nothing else. There is a cork infill too that they use. There was a high school in El Monte Union High School District that we did not do Rosemead, that another CM firm did. And the district is not real happy with that. That cork infill seems like when it rains that the cork floats and it all ends up in the end zone. So, and again, I just know that Mr. Tony Barrera, the maintenance supervisor, had some major issues with that. We never seen that with the any of the cool plate that we put in, whether it be in El Rancho or in El Monte.
Any other questions?
No.
Member Hernandez has a question brewing. I see it.
Well, it's just
Architects agree.
page 4 of 7, referencing the some of the
699.
I guess track and field event location discus system shot put all 0 value. So the anticipation that those clearly shouldn't be thrown on new field, but what would be the intended purpose of, or where would that be located in the end?
Alternate, you're talking about, right? An alternate instead of throwing on that field.
Correct.
Sorry, I just said that.
I
Yeah.
don't think you want to throw shot puts at our.
And how we looked at that as a team with Dennis's team and myself, along with Bill, was we did not incorporate a new discus venue nor a shot put venue, since there was always the ones established up top. So the only venues that would be down below would be high jump, long jump, and pole vault, which would be built as designed down in the D zones.
Would there be any projected rehabilitation needed for those events at the other location?
Which events you talking about? Up above?
Yeah,
Yeah, rehabilitation because of to the natural grass up there.
to the natural grass, to a site that could accept that, those programs, those sports? Or do they exist?
Yeah, they exist now. Yeah.
They're doing it now up
Yeah.
there?
Mhm.
Okay. So
I mean,
there
that's
was
right. That occurs now, right?
Previously, nothing going on at the football field level of throwing. in
Right.
on the tennis.
Yeah. I think, we can verify that with our principal over there, Lisa Hansen there. Sorry to
Because I
put you on the
explains all the
spot there.
divots
Yeah.
for throwing
Yeah,
a 10-pound
exactly.
shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is an
It's-
issue.
Yeah. The throwing's up
We-
above, isn't it?
We've had
Yeah.
a couple of them where they had designed the discus to throw on the new football field. Okay, which field turf will back it up, but that's not recommended. You should have some type of landing pad for it. And actually the shot put does more damage than the discus.
Yeah.
So it's very rare that they do it. It's when the quarters are very, very tight and they don't have a room to do that elsewhere. That's why when we looked at this, since we had the venues up top already established, we had the discus protective nets already in place, that we left those venues as is.
The track coach is here, right? Maybe you could educate us on how it's currently done and if that area needs improvement.
So are you talking specifically for the throw areas?
Yeah.
So we've been to several different areas, like Burroughs, who's in our league.
No, but I mean, how do we do it right
Oh,
now?
we have it on the upper soccer field for discus, and then we also have a specialized area for shot put next to the varsity softball field right now. And so what is nice about that is it restricts the amount of people that are walking through that area, because if you have it actually on the field, like when I've coached over at Silverado, when Silverado first got their field, they had it on the football field, and their coach actually had to stand there with one of the football barriers just in case there were stray discs that were coming over to the starting area. And so it has been done, and there's quite a few schools that have it actually on the field, but it also increases the risk of, distance runners warming up for their event and crossing over into that area. And so it does help to have it removed from the area.
And is there currently like improvements that need to be done to that area or scenario?
Probably the only improvement on the disc area is we've had complaints about how smooth the surface is on the concrete area for when the people are rotating. It's a little slick, but there's ways that we can fix that pretty easily. But other than that, there hasn't been any complaints.
I was just gonna say, I think it's a good reminder for all of us is if we start touching the top field, we start looking at ADA for everything up on the top. So maybe I'm wrong, but we really need to focus on the bottom is what we're discussing and not get too far in the weeds up above. So.
And it's working up there,
For
for
sure.
sure.
And
Yeah,
I'm
we don't
not
wanna make it
saying
sound
that
like
maybe
it's not
one day we
working.
don't want to, but that's
Yeah.
a whole separate magnitude of development.
Other questions?
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's the next item now. I have some Go architect questions.
Yeah.
It's related. Do I wait till the next?
Yeah, I think we have just a couple more slides. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll wait
Yeah, a
for
couple more
it.
slides. Thanks there. Remember Bristol. I know there are questions, but maybe I can offer a couple up. Is that okay, Bill? There's a question out at Silverado High School. They recently redid theirs. It was mentioned after the 12-year cycle. The amount of time, very short, much shorter than what we're talking about doing this entire overhaul. I did that over the summer. They didn't miss a football season. Started at the end of the school year, didn't miss a football season. I know that was a question. I think Mr. Hernandez, you wondered about that. I think there was a question specific to what sort of the injury rate, simply put. Talk to the superintendent. He believes actually the opposite. It's anecdotal, please mind you though, but in talking to the superintendent, he believes that, and I'll share with you, the superintendent's actually a certified umpire at the college level, did Pac-12, Big Ten jobs and so forth, or games. So he does have familiarity there, but he says he really feels like his synthetic turf prevented injuries over the last 3 years, and specifically because of the even level of playing surface. He said for the college and professional athletes, his comment was that might be different there, but because the natural grass had presented an uneven surface, they had more injuries, he said. So, and then finally, I think he asked about the differentiation specific to female students, and he kind of packaged that the same way. So just, I know you'd asked for some feedback there, so just want to make sure I gave that there. Gave the collective.
Yeah, I was surprised at the lack of data available because it would seem to me CIF might keep some records about injury that we could look at concerning turf versus grass, and it doesn't exist, unfortunately. There's not a lot of, I looked into the turf versus grass injury factor, and there's not a lot of research-based evidence.
Yeah, I think everything that I found was professional or college-based. When you're talking about elite athletes, that they are pushing the extreme of what the body can handle in the first place. Not to say our athletes aren't amazing, but if we're not operating at that level, are those the injuries or the concerns that we're looking at?
What I looked at, it is not statistically significant, an increase of possible injury either way, because that's certainly a concern. But what the research does show is that proper footwear is important, regardless of your surface, and training the athletes is important as well, because you can essentially mitigate injury in that fashion. So,
Which is then an interesting point because schools that come onto our campus that do not train on such a surface could be concerns.
okay, is there any further discussion on item J1?
Just the urgency in pushing this forward. I do have a question of that. Is it the urgency of opportunity because we passed the bond, or is it urgency of need because the field is so bad? And I mean, was it any worse last year or the year before? It's been bad for the last 5 years, and we just dealt with it. And part of that is just as I'm trying to formulate my idea or vote is in the urgency is like we have a lot of things that need to be fixed, and I think you're going to tell us, or you're going to inform us how they are going to be fixed, and we're still going to be able to do the field. But I know that the field was not like the priority during the bond, and now it seems like it's like jumped in, and it seems like it's the priority. And I'm not saying that it's not priority. I just want to know. I'm trying to decide what the urgency is here.
Yeah.
Well, I think that not doing the field is not an option. I mean, we need to do something about the condition of the stadium field. So, where it falls in the list of priorities. Dr. Holman?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think something has to be done at the stadium level, right? I think we had talked beforehand, just make sure everyone did catch this information. For instance, we've been sanding the field at the stadium field for years now. We're running out of options in that regard. So it does have to have new natural turf, or natural grass, or synthetic turf, period. It has become, an issue, to answer your real relevant question. Do we have a lot of need? Absolutely, unequivocally. We've got $500 million worth of need. We see that in the facilities master plan. But I think from a priority standpoint, there does need to be a solution to the field one way or another. Bill, anything you'd add to that?
Yeah. I don't think it's so much. I mean, I guess there's a certain amount of urgency.
Like rewind the clock. We don't get the bond. Are we having this conversation? Are we like, we got to do the field? You know what I mean?
I think we'd be potentially having the conversation of the grass routes for sure, because it does need to be resod, the whole field, right? That hasn't been done in, I believe it's been 15 years. And so, like Dr. Holman was explaining, you know, in order to smooth out a field, you kind of go in and you sand it, and eventually after many years, it's more sand than dirt. And so that it makes it dry out so quickly, right? That's one of our issues that we have. If they skip watering a little bit, dries out really quickly. And so, you know, digging that out, resodding it would help with that. And so for next year, we would need to go that route. If we aren't going to go the route of synthetic, then we would go that route. And also just my own, you know, looking at, you know, and working with Rick and looking at the needs of all of our fields and, you know, our ground staff that we have, because we have such an increase in usage across the district on all of our fields, we felt like we would, to really give it the attention that it needs, we need to add a couple of employees, right? And so that was that comparison of which direction we go. And so if we're gonna move the direction of going the turf field, then the urgency there just becomes timing of trying to get it accomplished. You know, looking at getting it done, starting the project after graduation, right? So that we can utilize the summer and part of the school year to try and get it done before the next graduation. So if we didn't move forward with turfing the field, it's not that we can't revisit it. It's just it pushes it out. But in the meantime, we would need to resod the field, right? So we'd be needing to add a couple of employees and spend probably, you know, I had in there 500,000. I think that's almost a low estimate to resod it. So we'd need to spend that this summer if we're not going that route. So it's not a, hey, we want to necessarily push it. It's just kind of, well, let's choose a direction, I guess, in a way. But again, it doesn't mean we couldn't come back to it a year later, even if we did resod it, spend that money to resod it, and come back and say, you know, hey, let's look at, you know, we've got some projects going, and let's look at doing a turf field.
Lose a year and $500,000.
Right, you spend the money
plus inflation.
Yeah, but and then the other side of things on the financial side of using the bond money or not using the bond money is kind of a 6 one way, half a dozen the other, right? We have the money in Fund 01 that's set aside for facilities, so we could actually choose to utilize Fund 01 dollars instead of bond dollars. I show the scenario where we utilize the bond dollars and maintain the Fund 01 monies, just because there's more flexibility with the Fund 01. We can use that on whatever we want, right? Whereas the bond dollars have their limitations. So it's almost like, you know, a school site gets restricted dollars and unrestricted dollars, and you always say, spend your restricted money first, right? Bond dollars are restricted dollars in a way, whereas the Fund 01 is unrestricted money. So if we can spend money on bond dollars on a project, just fiscally thinking about it, but it doesn't have to be that. So I don't know if that answers what helps.
I think if we didn't have the bond, we're taking a look at this like most, you know, frugally as possible. Where maybe we won't be doing all the grass, just the playing field. We're probably not hiring people. We're using existing employees. You know, we would probably scrape by. So.
All right. The question I have, if this gets approved and we move forward on it, does that relieve some of the pressure on the maintenance crew to then be able to spend a little time and attention on the other fields that, quite frankly, need attention as well? I mean, we heard some comments today. We've also been made aware. I mean, if you weren't aware, we have field problems, right? There's gophers there. I mean, however you want to say it, there's a lot of holes in a lot of fields throughout our district. And so are we going to relieve some of that pressure if it gets approved? Or are we still at square one with those, and now we still are thinking we need more maintenance crew to then put time and effort into those fields as well?
We would gain more time with staff to work on the other fields if we went with the current staff that we have. Yeah, would it be adequate? That'd be something we'd want to evaluate probably over the next year, right? Did we get enough freed up time to give the other fields the attention that they need. But we would get freed up time, so there would be some time. And we've already freed up some time with the way we've been doing just regular projects a little bit differently throughout the district. And so yeah, they do need that attention as well. Looking at some of them, the biggest one is those darn gophers and squirrels. I'm telling you, we don't need grounds people. We need one of those wildlife shows where they go and capture things all the time, right? Yeah.
Maybe to our CM person, the base layer of the football field, is that impervious?
To
I
burrowing
have seen,
animals.
little critters do much to get through a lot of obstacles to get to where they want to get to. Is that a threat?
The field turf design that I'm accustomed to building has a permeable base that we've never seen anything get through it. Then there's a Mirify as well, which is a geogrid material that separates your subgrade from your impermeable base as well. So it's a base material. It's rock. Okay, but it's a special blend because you want your field to leach. It's not base that you would put under asphalt that creates that hard layer, but it is an impermeable base. Same materials, it just doesn't get compacted to the nature that you would for asphalt base. It lets the water leach through because underneath your field, you have all your drainage systems. A complete drainage system underneath the field.
Yeah, I've not seen on mine, and the reasoning that when I inquired about that a little bit myself was there's not the incentive for the animals, right? Because grass produces, you've got the roots, you've got the worms, you've got food source and that type of a thing. Whereas with the synthetic, all of that is gone, so there's no incentive for them to come.
Just don't want Mr. Gopher popping up in the
Right.
50-yard line.
Right.
Saying,
Exactly. Yeah.
Sure. I think one other conversation we had, Dr. Coleman, was potential issues with footwear, in particular those of high pressure situations, women's heels, puncturing turf at other sites. Do we have any additional comments on that?
Yeah, I just have that anecdotal piece of, but that's what I'm going to pull up on Jeff here because I know Jeff knows about this too. You see him with the smile on there. He can speak to that.
There is guidelines for all of that. That field turf, there is a brochure that they, especially during the graduation time frame.
Yes.
Yes.
So the precaution is what?
There are certain alternatives to do. You can wear heels on there. You can. They don't recommend it, but you can. Then there's like an armor pad that the district could buy that goes down prior to graduation that all the seats sit on, because the leg has to be a certain diameter with a rubber cushion, right? So it doesn't pierce. It spreads that. It's a typical chair, a folding chair with a rubber foot on it. That's basically what it is. You can drive on the field. You can drive a vehicle on the field. They don't recommend a tight turn, but you can drive a vehicle onto the field.
I recall when I was in high school, graduating from Whittier, we had a very old auditorium, and the women at the time were advised that the pressure generated from a small heel could be greater than the footprint of an elephant foot because of the weight distribution. You put it over 1/4 of an inch and it will instantly pierce. So driving a vehicle on it, I get that. You have a large
get the wider
distribution.
footprint. Yeah.
But if we are then going to say that we are limited on the use of the field for graduation, which is our only opportunity to house that many individuals, that's a concern. Is that what we're suggesting here?
There are a couple of ways. What Victor Valley College experienced was that, what did you call the tarp, for lack of a better way of saying it?
It's like an armor guard.
Yeah, so you can get into that, situation. You can have requests, to keep them off the field. I mean, there are all kinds of options to engage in that, but that's what Victor Valley College experienced, that anecdotal evidence that I share with you. They didn't do it the first time. They had problems as a result of that, and now they use that piece. That's something to consider.
Is a rental piece? Is that we purchase it? and
Yeah,
store
good
it?
question. Are we able to rent that? I don't know about that.
I
Jeff.
don't know about renting that.
Yeah.
I know it's a product that they recommend, for certain avenues. 3 of the high schools that I did in El Monte they didn't put nothing down. They held their regular graduation. They had plywood that they put down for their stage that they typically would even on a turf field.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only thing that they did. They set their chairs out just like they normally do and held 3 successive graduations at 3 brand new fields. And this is the 3rd year too.
Have you ever seen those kind of puncture damage and the?
Not personally, no. And to help facilitate this, I will produce the complete brochure that addresses all of these items to Bill that he can provide to the board members.
Yeah, because if we're looking at this and we say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, and then come graduation, it's like, oh, you guys got to spend another $1 million on this protective sheet. That's not going to sit well. And there's only so much you can do to control. You can tell the students
Dress codes,
Yeah,
and,
students,
things that
you
dress
can't
codes,
do
right,
it.
and so forth.
But we have the stands empty to the field after graduation. You can't control 2,000, 3,000 people.
Absolutely not. I guess you train people up though, right? The dress codes and things of that sort, possibly. But we can certainly look into all of that.
I think Lisa had something she wanted to ask you.
Do we have a question in the audience?
No, it's just a statement.
Would you mind coming to the microphone, please, for our many viewers out there in YouTube land?
We have a dress code right now for graduation because I don't know if you've ever seen a female wear heels in just normal grass. They trip and fall. And so we ask them not to wear heels anyway. And usually, we stress that for graduation practice all the time. And we let them know what they should be wearing for heels. And that's kind of what has been the practice all along. So it would be the same with synthetic fields. So yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
I have a question for the synthetic field as well. Due to weather conditions, when it gets really cold, it tends to freeze. And I played soccer back in my middle school year, and when I play on synthetic field, you hear it cracking. It's really bad for the field. Would that be can we do something about that as well? Like, do we avoid playing on synthetic field and go to the real grass?
I'm not the field turf expert, but I'll try to do the best I can here. But field turf puts all the fields, the Midwest, back east, NFL where they have snow. So I really don't know. I've never really heard of that being an issue. I can check in with Cal on that as well and provide some information back to you so you can.
Is it flammable?
It can melt. Yes, it can melt. It's not flammable per se, but it can melt based on a flame.
Next slide.
Yeah, I think you still have any more on this slide here, Bill, before I know we've got a
No,
couple.
yeah, mostly this stuff would be just actually other topics.
Yeah, and so then
Get to them.
Yeah, and so really the question really where's the board is really a few items here, right? One, do you want to move forward with synthetic turf? Do you want to move forward with natural grass? Do you need more information before you make a decision? And really turn that over to you, President Behringer, to facilitate that, because if there's consensus to move forward with one of the two options in terms of the field, right? Natural grass or synthetic turf, that then allows us to then move forward through the agenda, right? And before we get to another item, though, I think Bill's got a couple other items that we update you on.
Have we exhausted this information item then?
J1?
No, not yet. Yeah, so we've got still a couple slides after this point. I mean, we can go through the other slides. Those other slides, Bill, you're going to be talking about modernization projects and where we are with that and so
Just
forth.
very little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
Some of
so if
those
that helps you, and then we can come back to that if you want to do it, whatever the President Berenger you prefer to do. Would you like to finish the presentation?
Are there any questions or further discussion at this time regarding the turf? Okay. Member Bristol.
Yeah, just some, not question, just discussion. I think we need to support the Serrano sports and athletics, and I'm the most expensive option that isn't an option presented to us was the natural grass and synthetic track, and that's what I'm a fan of because all of these things point to grass is good and turf has some issues and we're finding out more issues every question we ask. So, but that's not presented. And I know it's more expensive, but if we're going to do it, you can cry once or whatever. So I'm kind of leaning towards that. And I don't know what the disadvantage of doing that would be other than it would be a little more expensive, right? And it has overall maintenance, but then we provide more jobs to the community and we have more maintenance people to fix other fields and we have natural grass. The grass synthetic track thing just seems like a winner to me, but either way, I'll jump on board with the turf. If you guys want to do that, we need to do something. And the something to me isn't just resod the field and then have a dirt track and a resodded field, and then we lose a year and $500,000 when we have to redo it again. So none of that makes any sense. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
I guess I was thinking that we would be moving, I mean, if we're talking about approval versus disapproving or not approving, is that the next agenda item?
On item
So, I mean,
J2.
if we're talking like this type of stuff, are we waiting until that agenda item comes up before we really get in the weeds of that? If we move forward with what Bill has left, then we can move to the next,
That's
the
what-
actionable
I
item.
jumped
No,
the
it's
gun.
okay. I
jumped the
just, I just think that we need to be where we're at. And
Right.
if we're going to discuss approving and not approving, let's wait till we get to that agenda item.
Yes.
And if there's any other questions, I think it's a great time to ask, but that's probably how I look at it.
Mr. Flynn.
All right. Okay. So let's go forward a few slides. These were more of the numbers we kind of talked about. So one more slide. We have a whole bunch of other facilities projects going on right now. We've had quite the some of this is actually incorrect now, or potentially incorrect, and after meetings just today. But one of the things that is further on the agenda is the interim housing for Serrano. And so that's obviously the first piece that we need to move forward with, is getting that one set. And so we have some lease agreements for the portables. I know we had discussed back and forth, should we buy, should we lease? If we buy, then maybe we can use the portables for further projects down the road. And then there was the piece of the snow load, right? Since we're above 3,600 feet, our portables require snow load.
Our existing portables?
Well, no,
Or you're talking about the
portables,
modular?
Yeah, that we would be putting in for the interim housing. They require snow load, which is just basically a little bit stronger roof, right? And so we thought leasing was going to be off the table because of that, because nobody stocks or has used portables with snow load already built in. And so we were looking at then buying, but Mobile Modular came back with, the ability to, at a very, minimal increase above what they had originally quoted, being able to modify some of the used ones they have to increase and meet the snow load. So that's kind of the direction we're moving with that one. Another big piece that didn't make it on here because it happened in between putting this on the agenda is getting notified that at tomorrow's SAB board meeting, they're going to vote to release the funds for the Serrano modernization. So OPSC would be releasing those funds.
Nice.
Now, the really exciting part about that is once they do that, we have 90 days to get half of the project bid and to a contract, not starting, but basically encumbered, which means we have to go through the bid process, bring it back to the board, get it approved. Not sure why that's such a tight timeline for all of that, but that's what we were doing today, is figuring out how to get about $10 million worth bid out before the January 13 board meeting. It doesn't have to start. We'd still start once, we have interim housing. So part of the bid package would be, hey, we're starting in, whatever, June or something like that. But we need to get that going. But it's an exciting thing, right? The money's actually show up from the state. So that's a great piece. But then, looking at Baldy Mesa and Chaparral, those are the other two. We're still making some adjustments, we think, a little bit to the Baldy Mesa one, which might push these dates out. We might still try to hit them, but Pinion Hills, we think, is still on track and ready to bid on schedule that we have there. So the next 6 months, we could be shovels everywhere.
What are the changes with Baldy Mesa that you're referring to?
We're looking at some of the parking lot and potentially changing some of the pieces that were in there to add a bit more parking. A big problem at Baldy Mesa is pickup and drop off, right? There's so many students and so little space for pickup and drop off. And so part of the modernization was addressing some of those issues. There's a new bus ramp. So, it's moving the bus ramp from its existing location out onto Baldy Mesa, larger bus ramp. And so we're just looking at potentially shifting some of the parking to address some of those concerns. It's not a
So is that an amendment to the DSA plans or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not going to take us out of line. We're not making those types of adjustments, but it just might push our timeline. So we're discussing that.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah. Lots going on. It's good. And that's all I have, unless there's any more questions on the modernizations or.
Is it possible to get the information of every site, what will be completed or what you're going to be working on? So I know it just says bid process, but we don't know what the bid process was. Is it possible to put it in?
Yeah. We can put in the more details of what's happening at each of the sites.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that'd be good. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, then that takes us, thank you very much for that. That takes us to item J2.
Yeah, thanks, President Benja. That goes over to me, and that's the approval right here. It's a request for approval, and specifically relative to an agreement between our architects that we're using on this project. That's Go Architects, or Geo Architects, I should say. And Snowline Unified School District, it says, for the architectural services that are necessary to start the project, specific to a synthetic track as well as a synthetic field.
Okay, everybody, roll up your sleeves. Let's duke this one out. Concerns, discussion, questions?
I got a couple comments to make. Last Tuesday before our Gettysburg trip, I had an opportunity to go to Silverado and check out their new synthetic field. Looks great, feels great. It was about 78 degrees outside, so not too hot. Obviously, we see hotter temperatures. I talked to a few of the football players. I talked to some staff out there, all of which were very, very happy with it, happy to play on it, happy to run on it. Never felt like it was too hot in my discussion with them. On the next step, last week, I was up in Utah, just happened to be visiting my my niece and nephew's school, and it happened to snow the day before, and they have a synthetic field. And wouldn't you know, they were playing on it and having a good time and no concerns and lots of good positive feel and feedback from the staff as well as the students. I didn't talk to hundreds of people, but I did talk to people. And it relieved some of my concerns of some of these exact things we've been talking about. Is it going to be too cold? When it freezes, are we going to have bore problems? Is it going to melt? Is it going to be a problem for this? I don't know that we'll ever be able to answer all of those questions. We're in a different situation than everyone else. Our little Snowline school district sits at an elevation different than Silverado, sits at an elevation different than Orange County schools. I mean, however we want to look at this, El Monte, who happens to be one of the most recent bid, beat projection that we have. And I don't know that I've heard a lot of negative things about it, other than me thinking it's a lot of money to spend. And in fact, I'll even say I haven't had a lot of negative feedback from community members I've asked about it, that I've talked to about it. Surprisingly enough, the ones that are extremely conservative budget-wise, I've even said, well, why wouldn't you do it? And I appreciate that. A lot of community members, in fact, we've seen the last 2 months, the people that have come here, for the most part, have all been on the pro, let's move forward, let's do this.
Let's do turf.
Let's bring turf here. Let's bring a synthetic track. Let's build the pride of our school district. I really have not heard a lot of negative things. It's probably been me thinking, man, it's a lot of money to spend. And I'm not saying that it's not, because it is. However, we have a great opportunity. We've talked about Measure J and the benefits this is coming, and we're seeing some projects coming about. I mean, this is amazing that we have to make these decisions. Every decision that's been made up to this point with this district as far as financials has been, we don't have the money. What can we do just to scrape by? And we're not at that point right now. We have money. We have money that people approved and wanted us to use to bring us, to modernize us. And this is part of that, I think. And I am 100% on board, as much as I shouldn't say 100%, maybe I say 99%, because there is a lack of, there's a little bit of concern there. But the reality is, to me, it brings pride, it brings energy to our community. I'm concerned that it becomes such a great prize that then we are hesitant to letting the community that we're wanting to use it. I hope that doesn't change. So my ask is going to be, if we do move forward on synthetic turf and move forward on the synthetic track, that we make a commitment, at least on our level, to make sure that the community can still use it. I've used this terminology or this analogy. The generous uncle that finally gets his dream car all of a sudden doesn't let anyone touch his dream car. And I worry about that. But other than that, I'm all about supporting the community. I hope that not only does it bring the pride, but it brings people to our school, and they get to feel the energy that we have in our school district, and see the way we treat people is different than other schools, other sites throughout the high desert, other schools throughout the southern region. So I look forward to saying yes for me. And those are some of the concerns, some of the thoughts that I have. Not to, I guess, diminish anyone else's concerns, because I understand them. But that's where I feel that I really haven't heard a whole lot of negative things other than my concern. Man, it's a lot of money to spend, and are we doing the right thing? Well, I'll tell you in 12 years, if we get approve it, right? I mean, there's always something. I was happy to go out and walk Silverado's track and hear the positive feedback, and to see the field looks fantastic, and they didn't have to paint it the day before.
So I would
Looked
love
awesome.
to have a first and a second to have continued discussion on this item.
Make the motion to approve Go Architects for the development of the synthetic track and field.
And I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion?
Sorry, I jumped in on that.
No worries.
A little too early.
It's a lot of money. Measure J was just such an accomplishment for us. I'm proud of this board and proud of our community for standing with us and supporting this idea. It feels like this is the first purchase off of that money. And if we were to say we're going to spend $8 million on a next generation super duper wazoo classroom that's going to last the next 50 years, I'd be like, oh, let's go. Because maybe I have the educational mindset, and we are a learning community, but we are a community that has folks that support the athletics, that support the student athlete, that support the idea that that's their hook. I've talked about that for years. We go to AEC and we talk about all these different hooks, film programs and art programs, and just trying to get kids wanting to be here. Maybe this is one of them. So scary to spend that much money, but for our community, let's do it.
I just want to tag on to something that you said. I know a lot of people have some mixed feelings about the PAC, the money, where it came from and all that. But I was a benefit. I benefited from the PAC Center when it was fairly new. And that was my hook. Being there, doing that. And even though at the time I had no idea how much it costs, I had no idea how the impact would be 20 years later, as far as the financial impact that it had. But it benefited me as a student, and not just me, but everyone else that was in the robust music department and really theater. But I think the music department at the time, choir, was really robust, and it was a different time, and I was grateful to benefit from that. So thanks for bringing that hook up, because it was a hook for me.
Everybody that I've talked to within the community has been overwhelmingly in favor of turf. And I think that this would be a great addition to our school district.
When that after that comment is not much for me to say or complain, because we all, as a community, we want the best for our district, right? So first of all, it is a lot of money that we're talking about. If it's important, it is important. I've mentioned before about my kids being in band, and they had to endure the pain of the potholes and hurting themselves. They're still suffering the consequences of that because of that. But I know we have a community that uses the grass field. Yes, adding my posture towards this is to resaw it. I saw the necessity more for facilities. I was sold in the idea that Measure J will be towards our school, towards the facilities that our schools are in need, because it's not just Rano, but we have many schools with no facilities that are needed. And to me, that's very important for a child to go into a classroom with an AC, with a restroom, with the classrooms that are not leaking or they're not falling apart, is for them to have a proper way to go and learn. That's my goal. That's always been my goal. Yes, the extracurricular activities are very important, because that's where my girls have decided to go into a field. Now that we have this bond, I know Flynn mentioned about bond 1. So with that in mind, it's like, okay, we have that extra money. So that convinces me that there will be extra money that we could use for the turf idea, and Measure J to continue with the facilities that we were gearing towards since the beginning for Measure J. So that's me right now, of where I am. If we could use that money for our facilities, why not? And if we could use bond 1, and we could do that for turf. I don't know. So right now I'm trying to, the information that's given. I was willing to continue to go into more information, but I see the necessity that the community has. Yes, we don't have exact numbers of how many people have gotten injured. We don't have it. I mean, I could speak for experience. My kids have, but what can we do? I don't know. There's the money wise, we just got out of that debt, so we have money now. So of course we could use it. So I don't know. I'm still kind of confused on myself too. So which is if we go forward, I mean, after the comments that you guys mentioned, is I'll piggyback on your comments and yes, echo that the sentiment about our community needs that. It needs a feel that they could feel safe, not just athletics, but also like band. So my kids could see someday, hey, finally they did it, So that's my sentiments. That's it.
Thank you. Member Bristol?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Member LaFever. I only hit my only hang up was on the turf, just because I don't know that much about it and I want to make the right decision here, even to the point of, and it is a lot of money, but I'd be willing to spend more money to do the right thing, as I mentioned before. But you talking to people that are using it and doing it and having that mindset of it's the thing to do, then I'm for it. I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing. And I'm a big fan of grass, except for right now I got to edge, mow, and blow myself because my grass is a little high, so it needs some maintenance. But I am a huge grass fan. But if you guys are saying synthetic is the way to go, then I'm on board.
Okay. Dr. Hellman?
Yeah, how about one more thing? I feel like I've been holding on to. Throughout this whole process, I've spoken to multiple superintendents, one one president of a community college. In all instances, the last question I asked was, do you regret installing synthetic turf? The person, they said, not at all. I said, absolutely would do it again. Would do it again. That's multiple superintendents, as well as one board. I keep saying board, but one president of a community college. I say that because I haven't shared that with all of you. That's been in this whole journey as we've done the investigations. Those are the opinions of those individuals. But I think that stands out to me that not one had any regrets and would go back and do it again. I could go on and talk about pride and all those things. I won't belabor that, but I feel like you need to hear that piece there. That was a question that I asked of every single decision maker, if you will, and they'd all do it again.
Very good. Okay.
Can I make one more comment?
Please.
Serrano is one of the first things people see as they enter our community. It's going to be really cool if we move forward on this. I mean, obviously the modernization stuff, all of that happens, but Sheep Creek's one of the main funnels into this community. They see the back of the pack, the pit, right? The snake pit. It's there. It's totally on view for anyone that stops at Sunny Slope and Sheep Creek. If they're not stopping, they're violating the law. But regardless, when they stop there, they see it, and it is a focal point. And the new modernization that's already coming with this added to it, I think, is really going to say a lot. And some of those brochures with our goals being out in the community are just going to help. So, last thought on for me. Thank you.
Member Hernandez?
Just want to make sure we give our student board member a opportunity to voice any final opinions. And then my last request on this item would be, considering the length of our discussion and debate on the matter and the value of the item, I would like to request a roll call vote for this motion.
Perfect. Your comments?
Thank you, Member Hernandez. As well, I'd like to make a comment as cleats as well for football players. I know there's different types of cleats. There's turf cleats and there's regular grass cleats. I feel that if we use regular cleats, it might as well puncture the turf, and that can lead us to using more of the money to repairing the turf. But
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a first and a second, and we'll do a roll call vote, beginning with Member Bristol.
Aye.
Member Martinez
Agree.
and Member Lefever,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Behringer, aye, and your preferential vote.
Aye.
Very good. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
No more grass.
And now, we have item K1, CSEA Association Chapter 278, Ashley Alvarado. Ashley Alvarado to the podium.
Ashley.
Ashley Alvarado. Calling Ashley Alvarado. Ashley Alvarado to the front,
Paging,
please.
paging.
Congratulations, you're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Hi. So sorry. We got excited over there.
Yes,
Thank
it
you. Good evening, members of the board, administrators. I'm so excited to be here this evening and every evening, at least once a month. Thank you for having our bargaining units here to address you, to talk about good things that are happening in our chapters. It's really nice that Matt and I get to do that every month, so we really appreciate you keeping us on the agenda. On behalf of my chapter, CSEA 278, I'd like to start by saying how proud I am of all my classified coworkers that I get to represent every single day, and thank you for recognizing our classified employee tonight, Kevin. They truly are the heart of our schools. On a fun note, our chapter took first place in the non-marching category at Beeland Family Fun Days. Thank you very much. It was very cute. Parade float. There is a picture on the website of Abram showing our float along. And if you'd like to see the trophy, it is in the warehouse office. Thank you. Our theme was rooted in schools, growing our future. And it was a wonderful day of community connection. Seeing all those kids along the parade route was so much fun. Oh my gosh. It really ties back to our mission of CSEA to improve the lives of our members, students, and community. So I was really excited to participate in that. Thank you for, cheering us on with that, including us in our Snowline group. A little formal part of my report, you will see that our initial proposal is on the agenda for tonight, to sunshine officially so we can continue our negotiations. We're looking forward to another year of positive and productive collaboration as we continue to strengthen our contract and practices for our classified staff. Thank you. And I would really like to share something that I'm very thankful for. I had the opportunity to travel for the Gettysburg Leadership Workshop Seminar Conference. I'm not sure what we're calling it, but it was that trip. It was super cool. It was a great way of learning about how leaders in what turned out to be a pivotal point in history, right? Like they didn't know it at the time. How they made decisions, communicated under pressure, and worked through differences. And it made me really reflect on my leadership, the kind of leader that I want to be, the kind of leader that I want to work with, and how I want to work alongside my colleagues every day with respect, openness, and purpose. It inspired me to kind of think about the potential for our classified staff, the future, and the benefit from this leadership path that we could have. Development right where they are right now, where they could be in the future, to help them grow. So I'm really excited about that, what that future could be. And it will move our current staff in the mission and vision of Snowline. So I appreciate that. Thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bodell, STA President.
Thank you. Like Ashley said, thank you for having us. Thanks, Bub, for putting on my slideshow. Appreciate it. again, STA invests in students by providing quality education, ensuring safe schools, and nurturing positive relationships with parents and the community. So we've been busy this last month. We've been doing so many things. I feel like this has been a whirlwind since the last time I was here. And I usually like to dress up a little nicer when I come in to present to you, but we just got our new shirts in, so I'm modeling them for you.
Oh, nice.
Got our new logo on there, and it says Safe School, Strong Community, Student Success. And it's just something like one of our big goals this year is to foster that sense of community with our members, and to give back to our community to really build those supports that way. So that's a really big deal for us. We got sweaters too, so looking snazzy. Yeah, we're excited about those things. So just came from a meeting to I just have to do a quick shout out to all our site reps because they're taking them all to the different sites and just have some great people with some great teachers and counselors in our organizations. I just really am so thankful for them. So we got that. We've been doing a lot of community engagement things. So I think even since last time we've been supporting, we sent some donations to the Frywood that's coming up this weekend, the Veterans Dinner that's coming up next month, and then one of our members, Windsor Belcher, is involved with this Socktober drive of getting socks, collecting socks, and so he asked us if we would support it. We're like, sure, let's do a little competition across all the sites. So if you haven't donated socks yet, members, you can donate those socks at your sites, and the site that donates the most per teacher gets a pizza party on from STA. I think that's all we do is just give people pizza. We have a mixer coming up this Thursday at Pizza Factory, so that's just what we do. We just eat pizza. I just eat pizza all the time. That's again a fun thing. It's our first one, and so we're trying to get people out there just to come and hang out and talk to their friends and stuff across the district that they don't get to see as often, and so it's just a fun time to get them together. On the next slide, we did go to a Region 3 conference. So again, Tara Edmondson, Benny Brown, Christine Wilcoxon, and myself went to a Region 3 conference. I think it happened right after I addressed you guys last time. You can see a picture there of the CTA president. I was there too. He's been a lot of the different conferences I've gone to. Super cool. His name is David Goldberg, but he's like this tall or something. He's super tall, but he's just a really great speaker and just has such a passionate heart for labor, but then also for students and education, of course, too. So it was pretty awesome. Did some great seminars on like CalSTRS, health and welfare, or health. Yeah, right. Yes, welfare. I always say wellness or welfare. I always misspeak. But it's health and welfare and some other things too. We all kind of just like pooled our resources from what we got from the different seminars. So that was a lot of fun too. And then the last slide is about the leadership workshop in Gettysburg and DC. I'm not much of a picture taker, but we took those couple pictures. You can see some familiar faces in here. So it was really a blast to be able to spend that time with Ashley and Dr. Holman, with the 4 board members who went as well. So thanks for doing that. Thanks for inviting us. I think Ashley and I really appreciate the opportunity to be involved with that. It was very fascinating to me, and I'm not sure how much you want me to share on this, and I know my time's running out. So I think my biggest takeaway was probably the DC part of it. I think that was my favorite part when we went to this like think tank about future trends. And I kind of anticipate, to be honest, I really anticipate leaving there feeling pessimistic and kind of down, because that's kind of how I feel like about national, international, global things. But having gone, I was actually really encouraged and inspired about the impact we can have in our local communities. And one of the presenters had said something about how when you ask CEOs that come into their presentation, like, what do you think about the future? A lot of them are very negative, but when he asked them, what do you think about your company? They're always like very positive. Oh, we're doing some great stuff. And I was thinking like, yeah, like that's kind of how I see things too. And he said, well, you just have to adapt that like smaller local mindset about what you can actually control. And then, yeah, you're making good change and positive change. And I just thought that was like so cool and so powerful. A lot of the stuff we talked in there about education was like, just hit home to me that what we can do in this new shift of like AI centered age and stuff like that, all this new transition that we're seeing, is just still be the best teachers, the best admin we can be to support those students, because they're the ones that are going to have to solve those complex problems in the future. And I told my students this too, because I missed a bunch of time with them. And so when I came back, I was like, this is my big takeaway, you guys. Like, you guys are the hope of the future. And when they were telling me that the students can change the future and they can deal with these like evolving problems that we're seeing, I was like thinking of you guys, and I was like, yeah, you guys can do it. And I know I'm just going to be like the best teacher I can be, but you guys are going to be able to handle those complex problems and make the changes that we need to see. And so it was in that sense, it was very inspiring to me to think like that we can get through like all these big shifts, like we have gone through them in the past. And so that was a really cool thing. So it was definitely worth it. I really enjoyed it. I appreciate it. Appreciated spending the time with you guys too. It was a lot of fun. I don't know what else you want me to say about it, but that was for sure. So thank you. Thanks again for having us up here too.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, that takes us then to the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
All motion.
And a second?
Second.
And
I just need to abstain from oh boy, four. Sorry.
got it. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Preferential vote. Where did he go? Well, that's okay. All in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. So we have just approved the minutes of the September 23rd, 2025 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting. Personnel motions, overnight out-of-state conference field trips. Resolution number 26-1764, authorizing remuneration for board member, approval of student expulsion and/or stipulated expulsions and/or stipulated suspended expulsions, student readmission, and approval ratification of district financial transactions. And that takes us to item M1. Dr. Byrne.
Yes, thank you very much. The first item for your consideration tonight is the approval of the school plans for two of our schools, Chaparral and Snowline Academy. These school plans are coming to you earlier. I believe they normally come earlier, but for a while now they've have been identified as schools that are receiving CSI status. And we get that status from the California dashboard. Yeah, Principal Brooks here is available to answer any questions for you. The board should have you.
So everybody's read these. And so I would like to suggest, if you have any questions of Mr. Brooks, we can go ahead and begin that process.
How's it going over there,
In
Chaparral?
advance of the further.
I guess we could ask our student board member, Chris, here. He probably could give you the best take on that, but I think it's going rather well, our new schedule.
I can agree with the schedule as well. I said, first review we had. I really like this new schedule. We just need more time to work on it as well for the block periods. It can be a little bit messy because of our counselor. You know, we really only have one. And it's really hard for her to like manage like 100+ students in like a week. But as well, I see a lot of things going on in leadership. Really, the leadership program they have over there, it's fascinating. It's improving the community as well. Students are as well acknowledging each other as well as human beings and as well as family. But as well, I like to take recognition as well for the staff for as well for the works, what they've done for the school and the campus as well. It's a lot to do, but for my end, for the students, we're very much appreciated for the staff we have. You know, it's the proctors are over there. They're understanding and they're very nice and very respectful. But as well, I would like to do more things with leadership. As well, like doing circles and as well. We have a big field. I feel like we can do more activities, like more sports or just more events overall. And I think, well, overall, this school year has been successful from last year.
I think what Chris is talking about is some of the targeted instruction that we're trying to do in our afternoon block does take quite a bit of, time from our counselors. We actually have our, one of our teachers that is working on that schedule as well. There's a lot of moving parts that go into it. So, one of the things that we are working on this year is trying to get the students into those targeted interventions in the afternoon quicker, right? Because we have to use the data that we're collecting through our Renaissance testing and then be able to shift those kids into different bands, and so that we can deliver that targeted instruction that's meaningful to those students at that time. So that is a new phase for us, and it's really it's great work, but it is tedious. So, but it is working out. So, you know, I really love the way that the teachers are embracing it, although that, you know, they'll be the first ones to tell you that it's a lot of work. You know, the way that our counselors, our staff is embracing it, and what the students are embracing the work that we're doing. And you know, we're definitely using close reading skills, and then we're going to be working on claims and writing in this next quarter. So it's really neat to see. If anybody wants to come out there and look what we're doing, please come on by, because we'd love to show it off. But again, it is something that's going to take us a little bit of time to navigate and to master.
As well, I want to thank Mr. Brooks for coming out here and just adding some things for Chaparral High School means a lot, because it's a non-traditional school, and I feel like some students as well, we feel like the step sibling of the family of like the actual high school of being surrounded, you know, because I would like to be more part of like actual more surrounding events, you know, like we get to go to football games, we get to go to dances and all that stuff, but I would like for Chaparral High School to have like senior sunrise or like campfires, stuff like that, you know. But overall, it's been going really smooth. I like it.
Nice. That's great to hear. If there are no other comments, I had a question about on the SIPSA for SHAP under the annual measurable outcomes. Maybe I'm reading. Pardon?
My question as well.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm reading this incorrectly. Concerning chronic absenteeism, the baseline is 16.93. And then the expected outcome is 45%.
You know, I don't have that in front of me, so I don't. I'll be honest with you, that's part of what the district filled in, so I haven't really had a chance to deep dive into that. But
Okay.
you know, ultimately, one of the hardest things with Chaparral is accounting attendance, right? Because the way attendance is looked at versus, you know, positive versus negative attendance, you know, it's one of the things I've been working with the county. And trying to figure out how that data is delivered to us, because ultimately one of the things that I've seen over the years that I've been principal is ultimately ADA is calculated at 15 hours a week, right? And so ultimately how we're getting some of that data doesn't make sense to me, because our students should be receiving 100% ADA and attendance. So there really shouldn't be, I mean, that's ultimately the reason for continuation schools, is to allow students to have that time off that traditional schools don't have, so that they can pursue other things such as work or, you know, and so some of that data has not made sense to me over the years, and I've really never been able to find out why that is. And so that is one of the things that we're doing a deep dive on. So.
Okay, if I could take a screenshot of this and
Yeah,
send it to you
absolutely.
in your email,
Yeah.
Because also the expulsion rate is 3.20 for 24-25, but then the expected outcome is 10% expulsion rate.
Yeah.
And I don't think we want to see those numbers going up.
Absolutely
so,
not.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's definitely something
President.
I'll take a look at.
I'm sorry, President, I think capitalizing on all those, page 5 of 38 on your measurable outcomes for performance. I mean, I commend you for the CASP is showing as a baseline of 18 currently, looking to 30, you know, look like strong strides trying to get there. But then on the star reading, 29% at or above for the 24-25 year, and the expected outcome at 10%, a significant reduction. Similar with the star math, currently 18, and lowering that to 15%. And then the English learner progress indicators, 27% making progress down to 5. So seems inverse to what
we need those numbers to be going up.
Yeah, and actually I think that's just a data error that when we inputted that into this system, that we got those reversed. We're trying to go in the other direction,
Absolutely.
right? So yeah,
Absolutely.
I think there was just a little bit of rush on my part there, so I would want that reversed.
That. I'm interested in understanding about the pro-social aspect of your goal number 2. You have some new personnel at SHAP, and so can you explain to us how you're developing the pro-social learning over there?
Yeah, so basically, what we've done with our new personnel is as we have a counselor acting in a dean's role, right? So that person right now is continuing our dean thought process. The one thing that we differed from in previous years is we had a social worker that was doing a lot of that work, but this year we went with a coach, right? An instructional coach that has a lot of experience in our advisory work that we've been doing for years. They've had a ton of different names. They've called it CCLC, advisory, those different things. But really, ultimately, at our continuation school, we've always built that into the program, right? So that's what Chris was talking about, our circles.
Restorative circles.
Our restorative circles. So we use our PBIS verbiage and lessons from PBIS, but one thing that's unique at Chaparral is not only are we working on the academic side, but we have a short time to get them ready for life, right? Getting them to graduation, but not only to graduation, but through graduation, and presenting those lessons that are life skills, right? So, part of our afternoon academic block is we've tried to use that targeted instruction, but we're also doing targeted at life skills, and then also looking at bringing in, some CTE type programs that are going to build on skills that students are going to be able to use in a quick succession, right? To be able to go out in the real world and use those targeted skills and be able to be a productive member of society.
Yeah, I know that the social worker is no more. Is there a reason why we haven't backfilled that?
Well,
position?
and ultimately why we chose to go in a different direction, right, was that the district had really brought more social workers in under the district umbrella. So I didn't really feel like it was necessary to bring that social worker in there and compete against the district, right? More that we had a chance to bring in an intervention coach that works with the academics, right? And really work on our new goal of having those targeted interventions along with the academic the pro-social advisory class that we have on Thursdays, right? And so that teacher not only helps us on the academic side, but she also builds the lessons that we use in our advisory classes. So it's more bang for our buck that way.
I see. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? All righty. And this item is for approval. So is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Oh, actually, I did have one quick question about the academy in terms of enrollment there.
Okay.
How are we looking for this year?
Yeah, so we're trending up, right? So,
Okay.
Ultimately, all levels of our classes are trending up at this point. It's definitely a program that we see kids, fluctuate all the time, but at this time, we're starting to see those numbers creep up. So
Okay.
we're excited about that.
And was there a motion on this item?
Yeah.
There was, however, I have additional questions.
Okay, let's go from first and second discussion.
You want to, I'll make the motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll
And
second.
Second and discussion.
Considering the errors on the SIPSA, I don't believe that this would be appropriate to approve at this time, unless it's a timely matter issue.
It is. So what we can do is if the board is okay with this, then we can consider for approval tonight and make the corrections and then bring it back to the board when we bring the rest of this up.
To ratify. So they'll change it.
What's
sending.
the concern of timing?
Because the schools are CSI, they have to be board approved by October 31st.
Okay, so maybe an amended motion to approve the SIPSA with the corrections noted, with supporting data of the previous school year and the anticipated projected outcomes for this year.
I think that they're aware of the corrections that are needed, and we can, when they bring it back to us, we will ratify the submission. No?
Your approval tonight is there. You don't need to ratify any additional changes, but our motion should carry the details to which we are approving.
Okay, so did you want to enumerate them?
I'm worried that there may be more corrections than the few that we have found.
Mhm.
So I'm concerned about making the motion to continue without the data being confirmed.
Mhm.
I understand that there's a time frame for that. Um, I don't know how we get around that requirement.
Mhm. Is it possible you can, with CSI, you can get an extension?
It's a state requirement, so. What? I know that we have worked with the county office on setting those goals. Some of those numbers look like they were inverted, so
Yeah.
apologies for that. And the reason that some of those numbers may be higher than the other, because our non-traditional schools are non-traditional, we have different sets of kids going through the program, but we'd still hold our students to that same dashboard. It makes it very difficult, and Chad was mentioning this, to create goals when the student population changes year to year. And so we want to make sure that we're setting those expectations higher. And so some of those goals where you see that are very low and then we're trying to make that bigger jump is working with the county office, because it's a different set of students and we want to make sure that we're looking at setting the bar high. So, but there are some numbers that are inverted.
And some of them you can explain them. In particular, for Snowline Academy, the percentage of English learners making progress in the current year is 100% because there was one student. The next year, you look at 20%. Perhaps there's 5 students, and we hope at least one achieves that. So that's an explicable event. The other numbers, I'm just concerned with.
Yeah, and if I could make a suggestion here, I think you as in Member Hernandez, but a number of you have identified those. Let's identify these right now, because we've got a timely piece, because the expectation would be that the board members are reading all of this, right? And so if you can identify those right now, what can be approved, as you said, Member Hernandez, with those changes expected, right, to be made, then it's approved. We don't even have to bring it back to be ratified. We'll make those changes and we can bring it back for information for sure. But just like you said earlier, I think I just wanted to reiterate that that expectation would be that I think it was said that, hey, we don't know if there are any more. Well, theoretically, we've gone through all of this, right? And so we just identify these right now and we'll make those changes and move forward. I think page 5 was one, I think, if that helps on Chaparral. Page 5 for some inversion pieces, right? We can easily do those. I think there was a little bit further down. That was for Chaparral, right?
Yeah, and if on the star reading and on the star math.
My concern, further concern, is the statement of ratification. Ratification per Robert's rules is to formally approve that which was taken without prior authorization.
I don't think we need ratification, do we? I think
That's the word that you all keep using.
Oh, I thought I said no to ratification.
Oh,
I said not to ratification. Yeah.
Let's note the specific things that we want to change.
We approve it and then we bring back for information. I thought I said, forgive me if I didn't, but I think I said bring it back for information.
So my motion would be to approve with modifications necessary to page 5 of 38, specifically to the Renaissance Star Reading percentage at or above proficiency, confirm the baseline and expected outcome. The Renaissance Star Math percent at or above proficiency, again, confirm the current year and expected outcome. And finally, the English learner progress indicators of percentage of EL and LTL students making progress towards English language proficiency on LPAC. Again, confirm the current baseline and the expected outcome.
And on page 11, the expulsion rate and attendance rates. If you improved by 10%, a 95% attendance rate, I don't know how that Mm-hmm. Yes, chronic absenteeism. I think the rest are fine on the page. And I do have a question about the, and maybe Mr. Flynn, you can answer, whether we have carryover dollars on the equity multiplier, or do we deplete these funds annually for CSI? Is there carryover? I think that's it.
Can we just confirm the numbers on 18 as well? They look lower.
On 18?
Yeah, on the expected outcome.
On page 18, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Same document.
Yes, English language, dashboard.
Again, I would just say, let's confirm, make sure. I mean, they're not huge numbers, but.
On 18, and 18 are, and which box did you say that? Because these are expected outcomes from, these ones are a little bit different here. I can't remember.
Dashboard 25 would have been this last year. Or would that be?
Yes.
So those aren't.
Okay, so those should be actual numbers?
Not expected outcomes.
Mhm.
Those are the ones I said. Last.
Can you remind me what the acronym SED and HI are on those pages?
Socioeconomically disadvantaged.
HI,
That's homeless.
housing insecurity, maybe?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see any other corrections. Perhaps one of our drawbacks for having one meeting.
What's the T for? Oh, it's Terrence. It's actually Terrence Everett, but yeah.
Good to move forward.
Yeah.
I'm checking Snowline.
The academy. Yeah, those numbers look okay up to 21. And then it's just instructions. So yeah, I think the academy's fine.
Yeah, except that's 23 is the baseline, 24 is the outcome.
Just 25.
So we are amending the motion then. Would you like to proceed with the motion?
My motion was made with the amendments suggested.
Okay, and second?
I'll second.
Second. And your preferential vote? All in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes as amended. That takes us to item M2. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it. And sorry about the mistakes I made there.
Thanks.
Our next item is the approval of McGraw-Hill inspire biology books for our high school. So last time we brought this item to you, we are now ready to have the board consider this for adoption. We've had it on display in our student learning and support services office. We have not had any parents come and see these, but we do still have it there. And this was unanimously chosen or selected by our biology teachers. Questions from the board about this?
I believe our last curriculum was all electronic. Are these hard copy?
Hard copy books.
Nice. And are there like lab consumables and so forth?
Yes, it's all.
Nice.
I'll make a motion to approve the next one.
Okay. Any discussion? Your preferential vote?
Aye.
All in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes. That takes us up to item number 3, Dr. Byrne.
Yes, so thank you. Our next item is approval for Panorama Education. We have the Panorama software program is used for multiple items regarding PBIS, MTSS, student tracking of behavior and supports. What I want to draw the board's attention to is that this software purchase fell a little bit above the bid limits, but Panorama offers a variety of services that no other software program uses. So in that item, you'll see that on the third paragraph down, administration has determined that Panorama Education System is uniquely compatible with the district's existing infrastructure, and ensuring that this meets the operational requirements that we have for this program. So not only is it a database, it's a data tracking service. It has a bank of services that our teachers can access and our counselors can access as well. It serves as communication for our parents, and it also creates this database that calls our counselors champions for students, so that not only that it allows for a team approach, but just changes that mindset for our staff, which I really appreciate.
So it sounds like it's widely used throughout the district, that
we have-
like all departments are using it essentially.
Within the student
Mhm.
services,
Mhm.
yes. So we had a meeting today with our crisis team. We had an overview with our crisis team regarding the Panorama services, and also our tech TLLs are really invested in this as well.
And so is PBIS, MTSS information gathered?
Yes.
Okay, and so on the like tier 1 behaviors,
Yes.
That's where the data is located that will be accessed to help make decisions
Tier
about them?
1, Tier 2, and Tier 3.
Okay,
All supports.
very good. Is there a motion?
I have a question. If you have a scenario in case, can you give me more or less an example of you could use Panorama in the classroom?
Yes, so as a teacher has students that are part of a tier 1 intervention, or let's say tier 2, so they need extra support, then they can access the Panorama software program. We have all our student information in there and put in areas of intervention that are needed for a student, and Panorama will give us a bank of items or a bank of intervention strategies that we can use for our students. So then the teachers don't have to try to reinvent the wheel, that they have a bank of items that they can use. And then we're tracking those to make sure that our students are being successful. Teachers can share that with the rest of their team and then also with our parents. And then it provides us with a really nice dashboard that's color coded by student or by groups to be able to help teachers in the classroom as well.
So in the case of existing behavioral issues in the classroom, can this help to track the behavior?
Yes.
And you said instead of having a team deal with it, but actually the teacher could help or get a could help.
Yes, yes. So that's the whole rationale around multi-tiered systems of support, that we create teams at the school. So it's not just only falling on the teacher, but falling on the entire team to help wrap around services for students.
And the teacher.
Yes, yes.
Good, thank you.
I have a question. What does this connect with Aries?
Yes, it does on a nightly basis.
Okay.
Madam President, if I may, can I call on some experts that may be in our audience that might be able to provide some testimony to the matter?
Sure, provided they come to the podium.
Yes, I would like to invite Ms. Principal Bartlett to the podium to discuss some of the topics that we've discussed previously.
At Quail Valley, we have a class. The last period of the day is our Cougar Connections class. I'm recently reading Brene Brown's new book, and she was talking about the soft skills of human connection and how we're actually quite bad at it, and even to Mr. Bodell's comments about AI and teachers. And Quail is deeply invested in the connection. We call the class Cougar Connections. Every single Monday at Quail Valley, Panorama launches a 3-question survey. My PBIS team writes the 3-question survey. We call them check-ins. How are you doing? How are you feeling? It depends on what our theme is for that week. This week is our safety week, and we're focused on emergency preparedness, disaster drills, and lockdown drills. So our Monday check-in focused on how we feel about emergency response situations. A teacher launching that survey in the class sees the student feedback instantaneously. And if there was a student, say for example, in crisis or had a traumatic response to a lockdown drill or was not feeling good about it, that teacher in live in real time could go address that student in the middle of the class right then and there. But not only is that information ready for our teachers live and in real time, we pull that data and our PBIS team regularly reviews that to coordinate some of the interventions Dr. Burns was talking about, just as an example.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I did visit Quail Valley, and I was given a brief tour of Panorama and was highly impressed with the level of detail that can be extracted all from AI prompting. So it seems to be a very intuitive tool, and one that, if leveraged correctly and broadly, could be very useful.
Great. Okay, is there a motion?
One more question. Where are we using it? Are we using it in all grade levels and all schools in the district, or just?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I just noticed something on the service order. It's still under Alan Miller.
Oh, yes, we need to change the contact
Okay.
info.
Just to clarify. Yes.
And a motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Second.
Your preferential vote?
Aye.
And all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. That takes us to the next item for Dr. Byrne.
All right, and my final item for you tonight is a contract with Instructure Inc. And Instructure has purchased parchment. We use parchment for transcripts for our high school students. And we want to make sure that we have this in place for our students in adult school as well. Our students and adults will be able to access their transcripts.
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Your preferential vote? All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That then takes us to business services, item N1. Mr. Flynn.
Yes, this one's just to approve the travel for Kent Beckler for the Gettysburg leadership. But just because he's not an employee, so we just have to go through a board expense.
I make motion.
I'll second.
And any discussion?
For record, do we want to describe a little bit more about Ken Pickler and his role with Snowline Joint Unified School District?
Is that okay? Yeah, I was going to jump in on that too. So Kim Becker was instrumental in making certain that experience happened. Just to back up here, we're really excited here at the administrative level And I'll go back a little bit. You might remember when you approved the priorities and just kind of go backward to go forward. There are 5 priorities that you approved, one of which is leadership development. We've never had that. And why leadership development? It's really clear in the research, right? That the more effective leaders become, the greater outcomes there are for students. Student achievement increases in all areas. And so we've invested in that. And so to that end, we're really grateful for Kent Beckler to be able to provide for us this leadership opportunity, put it in front of us. We certainly had that conversation with all of you and are really committed to making certain that leadership growth happens. And in this case, went out to Gettysburg, went to the past, saw, and it was just explained beautifully by both Ashley and Matt just a moment ago. So I won't reiterate that other than to say we went from the past with Gettysburg in one day, went to DC, forward looking toward the future of leadership. I think it was a great value. It doesn't happen though without Kent Beckler. I think it was essential that we had him there.
Very good. So we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? And your preferential vote?
Aye.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That takes us to the next item of lease agreements for the modular. Mr. Flynn.
Yes, this one is for the mobile modular lease agreements for the interim housing for Serrano High School. The reason there's 2 separate ones is really about the surface that they're going on, right? Some of them are going on an asphalt surface and the others are going on a concrete surface. So there's just different requirements. So they just set up 2 different lease agreements for that. But for the total for all 14, it's the $570,000.
And does that have the load issue within?
Yes, that
Okay.
includes that. I believe it went up about 70,000. The original quote before we got the notification that we had to do the snow load was about 500,000.
Mhm.
So the work that they're doing with all 14 brought it up to the 570.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Discussion only on the matter of the $570,000. That's over a 2-year period?
That's over the 2 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, part of the cost is, the initial bringing them in and setting them down, and then there's the monthly lease costs over the 2 years, and then there's the cost to then remove it. All of that together totals the 570.
And this is for 14 units. What would be the price if we looked at purchasing 14 units like that?
The lowest bid we received on purchasing was $2.1 million.
And were those new units or used?
Those would be new units. Yeah.
Is it foreseeable that we would have used these 4 times over the next few years, knowing that we have a lot of work coming, that it would make more sense to purchase them and then move them site to site should that have become necessary?
Yeah, we've definitely thought about that. Most of our modernizations don't really require interim housing, right? So, Baldy Mesa, Chaparral, Pinion Hills, none of them are affecting classrooms that require then interim housing. So we couldn't have used them in those projects. The other thought was just space needs that we have down the road, putting in, utilizing them down the road for adding space to different school sites. My only thinking on that of why not necessarily to do that is we'd have then had to, at the end of the 2 years, we would have had to have had all the places ready, right? We would have had to have DSA projects ready to go for every place we wanted to place them. And and then we'd be, again, moving those to those locations. It just felt like a lot to have already in place, especially considering a lot of our space issues and needs that we have would be TK and K, right? And so these aren't TK and K compatible, right? TK and K require a larger space and a restroom. So as we look at, potentially expanding in some of the places over the next few years, that's more of our needs. So it just kind of, when we weighed all of that out, it made a little more sense to go with the lease. Another element was, the 2.1 million was the lowest bid, kind of meeting the specs that we needed for interim housing. But potentially, if we look at, what we want to, replace a new with an existing modular, put it on grade, we might want to up the specs on some of those buildings, right? So then it's an even higher cost. So those were all the pieces we weighed in making that decision.
Over the last few meetings, we've tossed around the terminology of portables versus
Right.
modulars.
Yes.
Are these portables in the truest sense of portables, or are they still a modular, like the more modern looking housing?
I think the reality for me is that portables have become modulars, right? Back years ago when they made portables, they were all wood frame, right? And they're portable because you can move them. But over time, it's just, you move them a few times and a wood frame just is useless. But now anymore, portables that they build them with steel frames. So it's much more like a movable modular building, I guess I would call that, where you can put it up on, the raised, or you can put it on grade on a concrete slab. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a first and a second. Your preferential vote? And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 01. Mr. Primo.
All right, good. Thank you very much. What's presented to you before actually was referenced, of course, by Ashley when she shared, and that is for your presentation and acceptance. This would be the presentation of the CSEA Chapter 278 Bargaining Sunshine Proposal. So again, at this point, this is actionable for review and acceptance by the board.
Okay. Well, we have accepted it. So I don't see that
Yeah,
that
no
requires
action.
an action. And that takes us to item number 2 for the public hearing.
Absolutely. Thank you again for that correction. Appreciate that. Sorry about the confusion on my part. At this point for 02, this is actually the Snowline initial proposal that was presented at the last board meeting. And now it's the public hearing for review and any questions.
Very good. Okay, we'll go ahead then and open up the public hearing at 9:24 and discuss.
Well, how about a quick overview? It's relatively straightforward, but again, in consistency with what we have talked about on our STA side as well with our partners there. We are looking at the evaluation article and introducing a new discipline article, but really, again, always with the mindset of that improvement plan form as you see it there. So you can kind of see overall, we're looking to just kind of put more things collaboratively through the bargaining process for understanding for all unit members as well as for our administrative district. So, and of course, the first two as always, salary and health and welfare as presented.
Very good. Any comments from the public or no? How about board comments? Anybody have comments? All right. Well, we will has it been a minute? We will at this time, 9:25, close the public hearing. And that takes us then to arts and music funding.
Madam President, before we move on to that one, can I go back to 01?
Sure.
In that there is the recommendation in there that it's announced that this is a public notice and will be posted.
Oh, okay. It will be announced that copies of the proposal will be maintained for inspection at the district office October 21st, 2025 through November 18th, 2025 between the hours of 7:30 and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. And on to item number 3, Mr. Primo.
Well, thank you. Actually, again, this is a collaborative project with Dr. Byrne, and moving forward in the Prop 28 Arts and Music funding, there is a necessary and an important part of an annual report. It's relatively straightforward and simple. The mindset behind it, of course, would be this was a voter-approved initiative, so therefore how is the impact of Prop 28 monies being taken and spent in Snowline. When we do this annual report, it is always 1 year in. So you did approve one last year. However, all the numbers were zeros because we hadn't spent any money from the first year. So that's where, as you look at this report, you will see more numbers in there and some narrative and rationale. And each year subsequently, it will be then approved by the board. It will be uploaded to a portal on the CD website, and then also will be on our Snowline website under Dr. Burns' department, Student Learning and Support Services. So again, for those of you who have reviewed, the numbers in that narrative kind of really talk about our certificated teachers in particular. I would point out, just because that 5.87 FTE for teaching aides and equivalent, we've actually been able to embark with a process called a Prop 28 tutor. We are blessed to have students of our Snowline community who enjoy coming back and offering support to either the theater department or the choir team or our band or dance. And so what happens is we've hired some of our college age students, and they come back, but they don't come back on a regular schedule. So for example, they can do 3 nights a week, 2 hours. They can do Saturday for 8 hours. So this report had to be a collaborative process with Bill's department, and that was to pull those timesheets and determine what those hours were to equate out to that equivalent as you see that. So really the bigger win, though, I feel for Snowline is that investment for the people who went through the program to come back and offer back to the programs. And in a particular case, then that will be certainly something that you will hopefully see year in and year out moving forward in this report.
Fantastic. Okay. Is there a motion to approve? Motion.
I'll second.
And any discussion? No discussion? Okay, your preference. Oh, wait. Oh, are you voting?
No,
Hold on a minute.
he's voting.
Hold on.
He's voting.
Preferential vote?
He's preferential.
And all in favor, raise your right hand, Member Bristol. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 4, Azusa Pacific.
Yes, what's presented before you is an amendment to a previous MOU with Azusa Pacific. In this particular case, the clinical experiences component did not include adaptive physical education. So the amendment does add that to the previously approved MOU. So as presented.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
All motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Still $0.
That is correct.
$0. Your preferential vote?
Aye.
And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 5, Mr. Primo.
Yes, another, we'll call this a $0 memorandum of understanding with RCOE, Riverside County Office of Ed, one of our very much valued partners. In this particular case, this adds pre-K to 3rd grade credential interns. Just a reminder for the audience and the millions of people watching at home that the pre-K through 3rd grade intern or credential has evolved, and therefore the RCOE offering has evolved. And so this, in this particular case, offers an MOU for that particular group as well.
Terrific. Thank you. Is there a motion?
All motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion? Your preferential vote?
Aye.
And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Primo. That takes us on to Mr. Flynn, item number 1. Or
Yeah, maybe I can kick that right off.
Sure.
Thanks so
Dr.
very much.
Hellman.
Yeah, not a problem. It's an information item. It's the regular one here. Once a month, we engage in a presentation around that fiscal responsibility plan. Bill Flynn will do a wonderful job here. Just give you a preview, a focus on budget task force. We're really appreciative of the support you've all given us in that realm. I think it's really moved the whole notion of budget transparency forward across our entire system here. So we're looking forward to that. With words of thanks to Robert Chacon for putting this up. We'll go on to the next slide. You'll see that first core or not first, but the 5th core value you there, and specifically around fiscal responsibility. Bill?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to go on to the next slide, we have what it is, and I just have highlighted in green the things I'm going to touch on tonight. One, transparency, understanding, and so that's just our budget task force. So we had our meeting on October 3rd, just go through a few of the things we talked about there, and then just give you an update on enrollment and ADA and where we're looking. It's early on, but we can give some of that information. So if you move forward there, go forward one more, or back one actually, sorry. There we go. One of the things, we talked a lot of the budget task force about a lot of things, but one of the pieces is obviously looking towards first interim and what some of those changes that we're going to potentially have as we look towards it, right? So the COLA, there's no change, right? They don't update the COLA until we hit the January budget. So that won't be reflected anything in the COLAs in the current or out years. But ELOP, TK add-on, discretionary block grant, and learning recovery emergency block grant are all pieces that we're going to see an increase in the revenue that we had projected to what the revenue is actually going to be on those pieces. So with the ELOP, it was the per student allocation. We budgeted the $2,500, which was the tier 1 rate. When they approved the budget, they approved the $2,750. So that'll be an increase of about $800,000 with ELOP. The TK add-on, that was one that was back and forth. So we budgeted what it was, the $3,148. And so when they approved the budget, they did the increase. So that'll be about in the neighborhood of about $500,000 increase. And then there was the discretionary block grant. That one kind of was going back and forth as to whether they were going to do that. But when they approved it, the budget, they had that in there. It's about $305 per ADA. So for us, that would be about $2.3 million. And so that one was not in the original budget. It is going to be in first interim. And that one's a one-time dollars that are spendable over, I think, all the way out through 2029. And then they're putting some money back into the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. If you remember, back when they approved that back in COVID, they gave everybody the money, and then there was some financial issues, and they took back some of the money. Well, in this, they didn't give it all back, but they gave a portion of it back. And so that one's looking in the 70 per ADA, so that 522,000. Now we had budgeted an annual increase of about 40 ADA over the 3-year span, and so as we're gonna take a look, our ADA percentage in the first 2 months is down a little bit. Not a huge point, but it's not enough data right now to where I would say it's going to affect our interim. But as we get closer to the interim, we have another month, maybe 2 under there, we can take a look and see if that might affect it. The other piece is obviously the unduplicated percentage. We budgeted what we had the previous year. We'll get those numbers hopefully by the end of this month. We'll have what our current year unduplicated number is. So for first interim, whatever it is, we'll make that adjustment, whether up or down. And then on the next slide, we
There's
talked.
a question.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry.
Regarding ADA, is there any support or evidence that the Saturday academies are helping that versus the cost of running those programs?
I have run those numbers, yeah, and I forget exactly what it is offhand, but it did show that our cost for those is less than the dollars that we're generating. Yeah, I know. I created that. You wouldn't happen to remember.
It was a positive impact.
It was positive
Yes,
impact,
but I
but I remember the dollar. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple
remember?
hundred. Do you remember it? Okay. We were doing it during negotiations, yes, and running those numbers.
Expert in our audience.
Look at that.
I guess while that
I think it was in
data-
the neighborhood of a couple $100,000.
Sure.
Yeah.
Any
307.
Thank you.
Thank you for providing the data.
For all the millions watching,
Millions.
24-25 cost was 193,000, and then ADA recovered was 515,000. That's the text you said.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you would be able to speak to this or others, but any efforts to help improve those attendance to our Saturday Academy? We are clearly paying for the staff to be on site, and everybody additional that would come on is simply adding to that value. Much like we say, if a student's absent one day, we don't get 1/30th less of a teacher that day. So if we have staff on site, what efforts are we making towards improving those attendance?
Yeah, I could maybe jump in right off the bat. That comes out of Julie Hurst's office from the beginning of the school year, right? And that's communicating the dates on the given school year, and then from that point forward, and that's always reminding across the system, giving reminders through Robert Chacon and his good work. I would be looking at other options, right? This is, I guess, is what I'm hearing from you is what else can we do to try to get more individuals there to take advantage of it? That would be incumbent upon us to, look for different ways to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it several times. I think compelling, at least at the high school level, perhaps we have less turnout there. I certainly don't know those numbers. My hunch would be a high school student doesn't want to be there on Saturday. But if we had some kind of compelling programming that they or their parents found intriguing, financial literacy, credit worthiness, loans, taxes, interviewing, those kind of programs where we can create those life skill opportunities and bring in more students. So
I would venture to say, could we tap into Mr. Brooks' life skills stuff that they're teaching? Maybe shift and have somebody do a life skill on one of those Saturday academies for the high school for Serrano. I don't know, it's just a thought when you mentioned that. I think there's a lot of life skill stuff, and he's already doing some of that at Chaparral.
Yeah, and if there's consensus, we can certainly move forward with giving you some ideas relative to what we want to do. I mean, we're always going to want to maximize that, but if there's some explicit efforts that you want us to report back on, we'd more than happy to do that.
I mean, what are your feelings towards that?
Yeah, I always want more. Yeah, I always want more. I think that to me, the key would be to talk to those folks out there, talk to our administrators, talk to our teachers and other staff members in the CSCA. They're going to know best. They're going to be the ones who would know how we can do it. But I'd also say what the system can handle, right? And want to be mindful of that as well. We're doing tremendous work across this entire system. I guess the only worry I would have is I just wouldn't want them to hear from me, okay, let's do more over there, and it takes away from the Monday through Friday event. And so I think I'd be certainly compelled to talk to all of them, and they'll tell us what is best because they know best. I think your question about getting more people, and we'd never want to say anything other. We do want more people. I think it would just be that cost benefit analysis of what cost would come to us in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I always find value in some of the practical things that we can educate our students that perhaps they don't know about. Perhaps we can have CT programming that shows you how to patch a hole in your drywall. If you do that at your home, and you don't have to go with the hole, you don't have to go pay somebody handyman to come and do that for you. Just these basic things that I think our students entering the world and just don't know how to do could be a compelling thing for, again, both the students and the parents. I know I would send my child.
And again, like I said, I think we're always looking to improve. I think that just hopefully you can appreciate the collective you appreciate. We just want to measure that against what can the system handle out there. And so certainly we can have that conversation very easily and bring that back.
Well, I would certainly be supportive of dialoguing and brainstorming what can be done.
Yes, and there's another head nod over there, and I know what we were discussing was the idea of what we can do to get more attendance at our Saturday academies. And and just our, yeah, I say our position, but the position I was speaking to on behalf of our administrators and our classified certificated staff is going to them. They're going to know what's best and bringing back information based on what they can and can't.
Perfect.
Can't feel like they can do. As the thunder comes by,
Is that what
thunder.
That was odd.
Would it require?
There's someone talking to me above. You say stop talking, Ryan.
I
That's what that
know.
was.
Would it require more staff for the Saturday?
I mean, I think there are a couple ways to look at that. We can always add staff, but I think there are ways to, maximize our classroom loads. And if I look over there, I'll just use one example, Matt Bedell. Over time, he's, I think, held some Saturday academies for his AP students and ensuring that they're getting ready not only for the AP exam, but ready for all the rigorous learning across the system. I mean, that's one example. But there were probably at times, fair to say, room for a few other students to be there because we know Matt can handle 872 all at one time. He's so talented.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, that kidding aside, but he's very skilled at that. So I think it's a dual-edged sword there that cuts well in both directions, right? We can increase the class sizes as well as potentially have more offerings based on what the experts out there say. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I would totally give my services. I know how to do a lot of things.
You
I'm
do.
part of the board,
You
so I
do.
don't know if that would. I'll have to volunteer.
Guest speaker,
Yeah.
for sure.
I can help
Guest
patch. I know how to build. I know how to
Absolutely.
do things.
Well, I was doing something similar and still trying to kick it off over at Vista Verde, one of their teachers there. I wanted to provide a science aspect to a Saturday Academy where we can do a scale model of the solar system and, show, exactly what scale we're looking at. When a lot of folks think about the size of our moon and the proximity or how close the sun is, we're vastly off. We have no concept. So just those kind of practical opportunities to get the kids out, get them intrigued, interested in learning about science. And the teacher that I was speaking with, he's like, oh, I could do this and I could do this. Like, he's doing a whole, lesson plan off of one idea. So, those intriguing opportunities could be fun.
I think it's so very well said. And what I just absolutely love about the people I get to work with, all 1,200, what gets focused on gets done. And so as they focus on that idea and see what they can be done, I think they'll be able to communicate those, great ideas like you just had and others, and we'll get back to you and see what that system can handle for sure.
All right. Go on to the next slide.
Yes.
All right. Those were kind of the factors there, but some other things to consider, like, there's going to be the increased dollars for ELOP, increase for TK, but they're specifically for those programs, right? I mean, the ELOP increase is going to be to grow the ELOP program. And, the TK is we had to add instructional aids into the TK classroom. So, and then, just looking at some of those continued increasing costs, right? Special education costs continue to go up, right? We need more one-on-one aids, which then often translates to more transportation requirements. So some of those pieces are going to be in the first interim as well. Have increasing revenue, but potentially, but there's going to be the increase in costs. Then we talked a little bit about the federal shutdown. I want to go into all that right now. So we'll go on to the next slide. But that one could have, some effect on some of the federal dollars as well. It won't affect in the current year. It will not affect our Title I or our food service dollars, which is the bulk of our federal funding. But it could affect Titles 2, 3, and 4. If you go on to the next one, we can take a look at just looking at our kind of by day one, then the beginning of each month, comparing up where our enrollment has been over the last 4 years. We're seeing just a little bit of an increase in the current year. I don't think we have enough data points to know if we're going to, where it's going to go as we move out through the year. But we're not declining. So we're in a good space. And on the next slide, I just have a look at the first couple of months comparing the ADA and the percentages. So if you look there, month 1 and then month 2, it's year-to-date ADA percentage, right? But last year, we were through month 2, we were at 94.6. This year, we're at 93.68, right? So we're down a percentage, but that's very similar to what happened in 23, 24. So I don't think it's enough data at this point to say we have a trend where ADA is, going to be materially down. I definitely want to have a few more months to look at, but it's always something to just keep in the back of our heads as we're looking towards first interim and what we may need to adjust. So, any questions on any of that information? Okay, that's all I have.
Very good. Any discussion? Alrighty, thank you very much for that. And that then takes us to the next item, Dr. Holman for MDCP.
There you go, MDCP. Thank you so very much, President Barringer. For the board is an approval item. I just is near and dear to my heart because I have the good fortune of working directly with Matt Wells, who's our director, and just to have some incredibly powerful outcomes. I won't belabor that. I'll just say there's been new language here just to keep it up to date to ensure that we're continuing to serve our CTE, our career technical education students in the best of ways in the collective up here in the high desert. I'll just end by saying that we're looking for approval on the new language here. We worked through a lawyer to ensure that we're just tightened up all of our language to protect the good work that we're doing, but also that second, if you have a chance and haven't looked at it, that second attachment I think can be really powerful. It's a real easy read to be able to show you all the great outcomes occurring up and through this entire Mojave River Valley, otherwise known as the high desert.
All right, is there a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, your preferential vote?
Aye.
And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That takes us to the information item number 3.
Thanks, President Barringer. For the board is the one that we always end, it seems like always, but most often we end with, and that would be an update on the board goals and LCAP goals. And as we do this, I'm going to turn this over to Resma here in just a moment, but I just want to share with you, you've been wonderful in investing your resources here, and that would just say your energies relative to direction as well as monetary resources specific to our professional learning communities. I want to give a big thanks to Resma for the great work she's doing in leading that PLC work, and specifically where we are right now and in the future. Just got back from some recent training. We've got some exciting news to report on, so I'll turn that over to you, Resma.
So I'm
Sure.
very excited to share with the board that we were able to take a team to a PLC Districts at Work conference in Sacramento. And so we took our director of special ed, director of student services, director of assessment and accountability, and also a director of ed in preschool. So we have our whole district PLC team, which we're calling ourselves the steering committee for PLC, and how we can create a sustainable plan moving forward to be able to start working towards scaling back the work that we're doing with the solution tree experts and taking on that work for ourselves. And so I believe at the beginning of this school year, the board approved a contract with Solution Tree. One of the requests at that time was to ensure that we are taking ownership of that work and we're starting on those first steps. So as we look at our board priorities that you're venturing into, one of those is the student achievement goal, where PLC will live, but also the social, emotional, mental health for our students. And we took our group very intentionally to make sure that we're looking at our students as a whole. And so we took our entire team and created a skeletal framework. What we'd like to do is bring that team to the board and have a presentation so that we can discuss our next steps with you on the sustainable plan. We're really excited about it. One of the big things that we want to start this year is a district protocol system so that we can bring measurable outcomes for you to be able to review. And one of the other things that we'd really like to do is just even looking at that LCAP information on LCAP maybe even considering looking at that as information on where we are in our PLC process. As I'm starting to dig into this work, our sites are doing amazing work with their coaches. And I get that report every time our solution tree works with our coaches, our sites. And I'm just impressed with where we are. And I'm excited to be able to share that progress with the board, because I think once you see it, you'll be just as excited as I am. So that will be coming.
Look forward to that. Fantastic. Okay. So that concludes our agenda and takes us to board member comments. Member Lefevre.
Boy, that's not just. Wow, really exciting. Great day. It's great to have Wrightwood Elementary and their students here to talk about, and the staff that came to talk about their stuff that's going on, PBIS, all of the exciting things that they have going. It's great to hear from, the CTE programs and see, good work that the FFA advisors are doing, and it's great to support them and recognize them for their hard work. Obviously, FFA is near and dear to my heart because my daughter, my oldest daughter, went through that program and has made a career in the agricultural world, which I appreciate. And it all stemmed from being part of, the Serrano FFA program and a lot of the competitions that they've been going to and succeeding in. So that's neat. It's always good to get them recognition, and to have Kevin come and be recognized for his great work. And it was probably just as exciting for me to see him get recognized, but to see his coworkers here to support him. And it wasn't just the excitement of him getting the award, it was the excitement of him getting the award. He deserved it, and you could see it in the faces of his coworkers and those that were here. So that was really neat to me. Grateful to have the opportunity to make these tough decisions. Not easy. I don't think for anyone that thinks that we're making light of our decisions out there in the community that we serve, I will say that we as board members, I think we take it pretty serious. The spending of the budget, the new Measure J bond funds, I don't think it's, I think it was actually interesting. I had somebody ask me the question of why this was such a big decision for us. And me particularly saying, I don't know why are you guys, why are you thinking this is such a big decision? And I'm thinking, and who has $8 million to spend? Not me. We do as a collective whole, but to spend $8 million on something when we know we have $500 million that need to be spent to get our facilities to where they should be, $8 million is a big deal. And I don't think any of us take that lightly. It's awesome. I think that we passed it. We're going to move forward with it, see some really neat things happen. It's one of many projects to come, and I'm excited to say that. And look forward to more difficult decisions as they come forward, because I do think it's part of that process. And I'll say this to anyone listening, if you are frustrated and mad or want to give your opinion, we give that not just because we want to, but because we're required to give open comments and public comments. We want you to come give us. If you disagree with us, come tell us. Whether it's publicly here or privately in contacts out in the street, we appreciate it. I think it gives us something to think about. At least it does for me, and I think my fellow board members feel the same way. Man, there's so much to say. I don't want to take up too much more time, but I'll say this last thing. What a great experience it was to go to Gettysburg, take advantage of the leadership workshop that we went to. We got to participate in, me and some of the other board members, Matt and Ashley and Dr. Holman, Kent Beckler, and the team that was out there. What a great opportunity it is to see the leadership in different ways, different lights. I've had the opportunity throughout my life to have some really good leadership training. I'm not always the best at putting it to use. I try, but I saw some really good value in that process. I look forward to finding a way that we can make it work for our district in helping our leadership initiative objectives, I guess, however you want to look at our goals in helping our district and yes, improve our leadership abilities and so that we can give back to the students, so that we can help guide them and provide them with more leadership opportunities themselves. And without going into the details of that, I just appreciated it. It was really good. And I know everyone's probably got a few things to say about it. So with that, man, I look forward to having some great facilities and then our students being able to be kind, respectful, and welcome people on our facilities as they start to improve even more, so that pride not only is a physical thing, but a mental thing as well. That's it for me.
Thank you. Member Hernandez.
Thank you very much. Same from how we started the meeting today, Wrightwood Elementary School, to the presentation of the Superintendent Honor Roll. Got to see the gamut of our student group today, and just really appreciate the span of work that we do, from the littlest to some really high achievers here, and that every one of our students has that potential, and all the dedicated staff throughout our district that support that education every step of the way. Just very grateful to that for this community, not just Wrightwood community, but Snowline and all. So thank you very much for the presentations tonight. The employee recognition, I'm finding a lot of value and really appreciate that opportunity to slow down just a moment to acknowledge and appreciate. That's some good stuff. Last meeting had some great ones this time, so I'm just looking forward to continuing that. So thank you for kicking that off. Thank you for the recommendation and suggestion that we be doing that. So, and I guess just I'll share a little bit about the Gettysburg Leadership Workshop that they officially have called it. I didn't know if we knew when we were getting into it. And it was 3 hard, full days. Started off at 3 o'clock Wednesday morning, and I didn't get done till midnight on Friday. It was just go the entire time. But I have not done any kind of leadership training in the past in all my education and whatnot. I haven't had those opportunities, so it was a lot to absorb very quickly, and just so many takeaways that I probably am still not capturing most of them. I had one of the 14 to recite the Gettysburg Address at the site of President Lincoln at the time of the war or the battle, and that was humbling. It just seeing it all and putting ourselves in that situation, just a really unthinkable situation, and just how much I appreciate it. And words from the Gettysburg Address that kind of stuck with me then, and I think we all know how it starts, but within the text, and I reflect on how that applies to us. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. Obviously, Lincoln was speaking of the battle, but what I see that as us is what we say tonight won't be remembered. The things that we try to do, will be forgotten. But in this context, the they is our teachers and our staff that are shaping these lives for the future. That is what will be lasting. I'm humbled by, this educators in general, the number of folks that you touched throughout your career, let alone 1 year. How many lives have you touched? Have you changed? Have you impacted? There's very little application of that in the real world. You know, in my career, I don't know if I've impacted a single soul. I've done a lot of work. I've made things, but I haven't changed people. And that's what education is about. Touching, changing, and making that the lasting impression. So all the work that we do, all the really hard decisions, you know, $8 million isn't chump change. I don't got it. You haven't got it. You know, tried really hard at the Powerball. I would have definitely shared that with everybody. But when it comes down to it, we do make these decisions with a lot of burden and a lot of intentionality. And I don't take it lightly. So I will play both sides of the coin. I will be the devil's advocate. I will ask the questions that, you know, maybe there's not a real answer to, but it's to enlighten all of us so that we can make a decision, move forward, and affect these kids' lives forever. So thank you for the opportunity of attending that. I will be always grateful for it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. And Member Bristol.
All right, I'll keep it short. It was great seeing I believe it's called Superintendent's Honor Roll students. Man, what an amazing feat. I would have failed that the first semester in 9th grade. So anyway, they did great. I always ask them where they went to elementary school because it's a little social experiment I'm doing in my brain. But over half of them went to Heritage. And same thing happened last year. I asked them, I think all of them last year went to Heritage. And so I'm trying to put these things together. And I'm like, man, small class sizes, parent involvement, and group events or, you know, programs. Who would have thought that that combination of those things work to create a great student? So anyway, so it's pretty interesting talking to those kids and seeing, you know, what their future looks like and their plans. So I was excited about that. Other than the other things going on with the district, we just so you know, we're all working really hard to make this thing function. And if you look at the stage here, and I was just thinking about it, and I'm in my second term or whatever, but a lot of faces have changed up here. And that's all part of trying to make this machine operate a little bit better. And I think it's working. The difficult thing is the test scores and to see that final product, to see how that's going to produce. So anyways, hopefully it all works out. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Member Martinez.
I'll echo another sentiment as I'll be saying about Brightwood. The student presentation was great. It's amazing to come and see students, right, that they do such an amazing thing, such STEM. I'm pro-STEM. My kids are all in the STEM programs. They went through Heritage. I'm a Heritage mom, so yes, I do agree. It has a lot to do with the parents. The involvement that a parent does. I strongly believe that all schools should be like Heritage. So that, but I mean, we can't change that, right? It is how it is right now. Thank you to Mrs. Primo for all the hard work that she does with the students, and congratulations on all her achievements with the students. Employee recognitions, to see that the kids work really hard to get to a 4.7 and above, right? Wow. I know my kids didn't make 4.7. They made 4.3. And they were like so sad because they didn't get a superintendent.
Oh.
At that time, you still hadn't done that
Oh,
yet.
okay. Sorry.
So yeah, I will let them know that's a new thing now. Thank you, Mr. Flint, for all the information. It's very helpful. It's a hard decision to make about what we have been putting it off. I know we have that money, but like I said in my previous comment, it's something that we have to think really efficient or slowly, how we can allocate the money and for the reasons that we're going to do it for facilities, which mainly that was my intent, and it is a facility at the same time. We also need the field for the safety of our students, which is something that we're always steering for, the safety, right? Safety of all the community. And touching the subject with the community to see the engagement that they come and they're speaking on behalf of something that they believe because they have gone through it or because they want to be part of it, not just the community, but staff that they're here. I mean, they're all engaging, giving their comments that they want that to happen, to allocate the money for something that they could see and be like another board member mentioned, our school will be looked at, like all the other schools, to beautify it. Yeah, it's true. I still believe more academically, but still, I mean, it is something that we do need. And I do agree on the panorama. I really pro for the panorama because it does help and it will help a lot of the teachers and students. So thank you for bringing that up. And I think thank you for all the principals that are always here every night and our staff and everyone else still stays here late with us. So thank you for everything. That's it.
Thank
and our
you
student
very
for all your comments. Thank you for all your comments that you bring out to the table for us to see the side that we want to see about students. Thank you. That's it. That's it
Thank
for
you
me.
very much. I would just like to echo agreement with the Gettysburg adventure. It was very informative and it was interesting going to the historic sites. And then we went to DC to talk to the think tank experts with CSIS. And I meant it when I said they were sharing the future challenges of our world. And I said, we're growing those, developing those leaders that are going to solve these problems. And in so doing, we're developing leaders from every level within Snowline. And we're all going to get there together, and it's going to be amazing. It's quite a journey. So that was incredibly impactful, very profound. But the other thing I'd like to mention is the College and Career Fair at Serrano High School was pretty amazing as well. Tanya Watson did an incredible job of filling both gyms with private schools, public schools, and businesses from nearly every sector, exposing the students to many career opportunities and the paths forward to fit into those. So she did a fantastic job there. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Melissa Anderson. I attended her baby box project-based learning within her AP Human Geography class. The students had done some research over a period of 3 weeks, and as 8 groups, presented their information on different economies across the world. And it was a very interesting exercise, and she's noticing tremendous growth in her students using the project-based learning that she had gone to a conference over the summer. So she's employing it, and it's working wonders. So I encourage her to continue on that path. And lastly, the Feel and Fun Days. Joe Affleck was with the honorary mayor. So congratulations to him. And Serrano was out there. Snowline had numerous entries in the parade. And it was just a really beautiful day. And the event just continues to grow. In fact, I would like to propose that Snowline School Board participates with a float next year in the parade. I challenge you. So all those in favor will pursue that. We're all there anyway. So that's all the comments that I have. And your comments, please.
So the comments I would like to add on is for the elementary kids that came out today, it's a different point of view from like my 12 years of being a student for a Snowline district. It's a different generation, and this generation will be a big generation as well. A very different generation from our past generations. I like to add as well for the appreciation for staff. You know, I feel like people view staff, not as like people we can rely on, like been calling friends or family. And showing that appreciation to staff makes them feel almost loved by us students and as well by other staff. And I acknowledge that not a lot of staff get that understanding as well. They're human beings. They're not just going to work to just do the work, but they're helping out other people as well to impact their lives. And it's just a beautiful thing of being a human being. You know, we have the free will to do anything we want, but it's just our choice in the end that really matters. And as well, I like to say as well, just being here at this amazing table and at this amazing seat, it's just a really big opportunity for me from coming from an ELD program to graduating that program. It means a lot to me because Spanish was my first language, and overall, just time and time, my English has been getting better, and I just feel very appreciated and I feel welcome that my works have been noticed. And I just want to thank everybody that's here or even watching, the millions of watching. I want to say thank you to all, and just you guys have a beautiful night, and let's be a nation to make differences on people's lives.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, so much great stuff has been said. I would echo all of it. I loved this board meeting. I know I've said it a few times before, but I really do value the conversation that does happen here. You know, agree or disagree or questions or difficult things, it's done in a way that is rare. I do value that. I did want to point out a thank you to Dennis Roney from Go Architects. He was here. We didn't end up needing him, and Lisa was online in case we had questions. So I really appreciate them spending their time here tonight. And as always, of course, Jeff Carter. Thank you very much for all of your help and support in all of this, the work that we're doing. It's great work, and we're passionate about it. And that's the thing I think I appreciate. That, there's the excellence of what you do, but we're passionate about it. And then I just end with saying the highlight of the night for me was Cameron, right? I mean, that kid's got a bright future, right? He's gonna be the one that gets up here and has a 5.0, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Bird?
It was a great board meeting. I echo everything that was said tonight, but my comment tonight is about fall break. I have opinions about fall break that I won't share right now. But I do want to share that during our fall break, we were able to offer some professional development to our staff. And we had 23 staff members participate in CPI training on Monday and Tuesday, and 27 participate in EBA training on Thursday. It's so impressive to see that our staff members, both classified and certificated staff members, come together during their time off so that they're not taking that time during the school days when they're the most needed on their sites. So that was really impressive, and I just want to say thank you to our special ed department, Pam for organizing the event, Dakota for being here all those 3 dates, Candace for facilitating all of that work in the back end. So I was just really impressed with the turnout.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. And Mr. Primo?
All right, what a lively meeting and fun meeting, and it's still yet to continue, right?
The night is young.
Closed session, absolutely. First of all, again, wow, always impressive to see the students, always impressive to see the staff recognition as well. I would echo certainly what Melanie had said, Mrs. Primo, the need for appraisers. I appreciated she gave both President Behringer and myself kudos for that. I would just echo, if you have the opportunity to be an appraiser for this type of event, it is really insightful to watch kids and what they do and how they think and see the full scope. So she's always looking for appraisers. So a little plug for you too can be an appraiser. All right. I would also echo the College and Career Fair and give a shout out to both Tanya, but also to my HR team. We had a table and we were able to represent even local opportunities right here in Snowline. Want to also certainly echo, I think, the sentiment of, wow, that is a GPA that is quite, or GPAs that are quite impressive. Those students, again, kudos to the board, kudos to Dr. Holman for having that opportunity for our students. That is an impressive group of students. I would probably give a shout out. I mean, again, it's a little personal with Janice today at the last 11th hour, giving her a call to support something that I was doing. But it just got me reflecting just all the positive energy, but just the impact of our day-to-day operations for a basic need in our district, like food, into the mouths of children, and the opportunities. An opportunity to talk with my daughter about second chance breakfast at Serrano. Found out she's participating in that. So again, just another opportunity for kids when they come to school to have comfort and ability. So again, to Janice as a leader of the entire department with a dynamic team and opportunities for kids. So thank you, Janice, as well on that. And then finally, a plug for Frightwood. Appreciate Matt giving a shout out, because again, it's a partnership driven activity. STA is a partner as well as Serrano Theater, right? If you have an opportunity, if you don't know, when you run this race in Wrightwood, it's a 5K. It also is a mini monster mile as well as a drag dash. But the theater kids from Serrano are out on the course attempting to scare the runners. So if you too could be a part of that. We also have our peer team from the high school, Mrs. Walzinski, and all of our peer volunteers, but also our local community, our CERT. They actually monitor the intersections and allow for that community-based organization to benefit as well. So again, this Saturday, 12 o'clock for the drag dash, 12:15 for the mini monster mile. And if you're up for the 5K at 6K, by the way, right, is 12:45. So it's
Thank you very much. Ms. Wadsley.
Okay, well, huge shout out to the Wrightwood Raccoons and Mrs. Primo. I love seeing teachers who love to teach and who go the extra mile and make that extra effort to support the extracurriculars and donate their own time and energy and to see the passion behind it. I just love that so much. It makes me so proud to be part of this district. Christopher, so impressed with your comments tonight. Really, truly, it is such a great thing to be able to witness student board members and see your participation and the difference that you want to bring to your school site for your peers. I think that's incredible. So kudos to you. We're glad to see you back. Glad you're walking. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Holman.
Thanks so very much, President Behringer. Last night, 3 of you sitting up here joined me. Riverside County, San Bernardino County board members came together with superintendents, a large event. And Ted Alejandre gave his words to all. And Edwin Gomez, he's the counterpart in Riverside. And between the two, only one district was mentioned. So 33 school districts in San Bernardino County. I don't know, there's 20 plus in Riverside County. That district was Snowline. Mentioned Snow, yeah, 2 different times, exactly. Yeah, you nailed it there, Clerk Lefevre. The first one, Principal Lisa Hansen, you and I think over the weekend, or maybe it was during the week, we were sharing texts with Anthony Bravo because of the great work that they were doing. I think it was in San Luis. No, it was in Paris. I think it was in Paris, wasn't it? Was it San Luis Obispo? San Luis Obispo. San Luis Obispo coming up, Paris. Yeah, I think it might have been. So we were sharing text though, yeah, Lisa Hansen and I, because of the great work they were doing. He turned around and had his color presentation team present the colors at that event. And they did a beautiful job, did so well that everyone stood up early. In fact, that was awesome. And then Ted went on to talk about PBIS, and he said that really PBIS was born out of, Snowline Unified School District, and really spoke to the great work that all of you are doing. So that was incredibly powerful. So just want to mention that piece there for sure. And upcoming events this week, thanks to some of you, are going to be part of the Seal by Literacy. That's out at Oak Hills. If you're, again, wondering, that's on Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to get to honor a great number of our high school students there. And also, gosh, I love all the great words, Christopher, that you talked about. We have next Thursday, our reclassification ceremony. And that's a powerful event. And I just love how you spoke to your great journey. And you're just a wonderful model for all of the kids who will be receiving their reclassification coming up next Thursday. So thanks so very much again for setting a really high bar for others who will be following you in such the best of ways. And also want to give a shout out to all who will put together, particularly Todd Anton, the Veterans Dinner. That's on the 5th of November. Okay, and that'll begin at 5 o'clock. Always a wonderful event celebrating our veterans here. Todd Anton has done that beautifully in this. He is, at least the word is that he may be retiring, and so we'll find out if that's the case, but certainly we'll honor all those individuals who will be there. Rachel, I think you have some items here we can hand out. Leadership, we often, well, I shouldn't say we. I know I often say leadership is hard, but leadership matters though too. And I just really want to thank the board for supporting among the 5 priorities. It's the one really new priority we've never tried to make a priority, and that's leadership development. And so what Rachel is handing out to all of you is a book that Resma and I are facilitating with all of our leaders throughout the school district, and specifically around the idea of, we know there's a space for command and control leadership, but we know we want to move more toward trust and inspire, because research shows that is effective and the most effective way to go between the two, knowing that they're relevant at different times though. And so there's a book for all of you. We'll certainly pass along all of the information that you would like relative to the work that we're doing. But thanks to Resma for joining me in that journey there too. I think it's going to be impactful. We've already done it once, and we'll look forward to that moving along too. And then in the spirit of leadership, I just have to say thanks to all of you who were part of the Gettysburg workshop and the CSIS, right, the Center for Strategic and International Studies experience. I've had the good fortune, like you mentioned, Clerk Lefevre, to have a lot of quality leadership training. I would say it's among the top 2. It was so very powerful in my view on many fronts. It was said just so beautifully. But I guess what I want to share about this experience is that, tying to my last comment, thank you for your great work with the informal evaluation. And within there's a leadership development strand. And to that end, what we do know about leadership development is that the increase in efficacy amongst leaders leads to increases in student achievement, right? I mentioned that earlier today. I want to reiterate that because that is the reason why we took the opportunity to go out there, so that we can improve our leadership so that our students benefit. I mean, it's really all about the students. And that's why we're doing that work as a leadership development priority. Thank you for supporting it, board members, because it really is unprecedented. And I'm grateful that you're willing to say yes to that. I think we're not only starting to see some of the impact, but we're going to continue to see powerful impact. And to that end, Resma and I are developing for the second half of the school year a leadership seminar, so that we can get our own people into that process to up the efficacy of our maybe established leaders, but as well as I would say aspiring leaders in SDA and CSCA, Because what we, I think, all know is we can always be a leader of one, and many times we'll be a leader of many. And we're really committed to that leadership seminar. Then connecting back to what you heard, we're hoping to make the capstone experience be a trip to the Gettysburg workshop and the CSIS leadership experience on an ongoing basis. And so to the millions in the galaxy and billions and trillions in the galaxy listening, we'll certainly take donations for that. But I think we think it's we do believe that it's important enough for us to continue to get more people out there because of how moving it was. Member Hernandez, you did such a great job with the Gettysburg Address. That was really moving. I'm going to put my coin down here too there. Okay. So it sounds like he's got one there too that we got there. Way to go there, my friend. Well done there for sure. And then I'm just going to end the board and my colleagues up here. I don't thank you all enough. The informal evaluation process, right? I really value that. We just went through that for myself. That takes a lot of work from Resma and Bill and Sean and Rachel and Robert. Thank you for all that great work, because I know I can say that you were all incredibly proud of the work that they did. And I know that's a closed session item, but the content itself is not closed, right? Because that's all out in the open. And so thank you to all of you for making that great work happen in the context of what we did today. So that's probably enough for me, because I think we've got a little bit more work to do.
Yes, we do. We are going to convene to closed session to cover closed session agenda items.
You got it.